Charges on the beat.
For the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon, you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moreover, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Funjama, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat keep on gradually, my brother, to spoon. You got a Spoon TV, you got a Spoon Radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you got today?
Spoon TV. Spoon.
Yes, what you got today?
Spoon. Spoon TV. Spoon. Spoon TV. Spoon Entertainment.
Kua.
On the spoon to get your information. On the spoon.
Right in the South Bend. Charges on the beat.
On the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon television. Spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon, you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moreover, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Funjama, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat keep on gradually, my brother, to spoon. You got a Spoon Radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba. What I want? This one you body.
Indeed, wherever you are tonight, turn to your favorite radio program, your favorite program from the Spoon Network on radio 107.5, 101.1, and of course 95.5 on TV, Super TV Channel 10, and of course online, Spoon TV Live, Fabric TV Live, Super TV Live, and on YouTube, Spoon Talk Live. We'd like to say welcome to all of you who have joined us tonight. Welcome to another edition of the program Spoon Talk. My name is Nelson Colette. Of course, Dr. Richardson and James Gude Flomo, they're here tonight. Let me say good evening to you, Dr. Richardson, and hello to James.
Oh, my Una, hello. Well, the Dada Una, good evening.
Yes.
Dr. Richardson, good evening.
Yes. Hi, Nelson. Hi, good day. How you guys doing?
God money us. How do you do?
That's good. I'm hanging in here.
Okay.
Enjoying the beautiful Liberia.
Beautiful sunshine.
That's it. Beautiful sunshine. Good fufu and soup. Good butter. Good snail, pepper snail. So all kind of good food.
You are yet to eat my favorite, tobagi.
Tabagi. I had tabagi. I forgot somebody cooking for me, but I don't like it when it's too bitter.
Oh, that's the most beautiful part there.
Yeah, I know. I like it when it water and throw it out at least 2 times. Now I just cook it like that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but
The white bitter ball, and not much of the bitter ones.
now they kitty.
The kitty,
Yeah.
the bitter kitty, all that.
Mhm.
James,
Yeah,
I think James knows how to prepare that tabagi very well.
She's saying that he like it when it's bitter, but I don't like it when it's too bitter.
They get
So I had-
tobag soya, they get bitter ball tobagi, they get beans tobagi, they get kasaoli
Yeah.
tobagi, they get
Yes.
water grade tobag soya, all
Look
that.
at trouble. You know all the tabagi there.
Yeah.
You missing it. That's why you know it comes to you quick. It's coming to you quicker because you missing it. When the last time you had tabagi? Anytime.
The last time I ate tobagi, it was in July in Brussels. I ate tobagi
That would
at the
cook it.
Liberian embassy.
Okay, so at least it had to be some Liberian mixture.
Yeah, I ate. I think water green tobagi.
Oh, that was nice.
Water green
I know
tobagi.
the day you come to Liberia, they kill it, huh?
I tell you, specifically the day I visit Lofa.
Yeah, they know how to do it there, right? Yeah, so I'm just trying all the menu. The only thing I'm missing right now that wallet, I'm sure I'll eat that one before I go.
I don't really like water. I don't know.
Yeah, I love wallet. Wallet, one of my favorite soup. So today was very interesting. Before we go any further, I want to just give a shout out to 2 schools. Yesterday, I was at St. Philip's High School, that is across the bridge around the Somalia Drive area. Pleasant students, remarkable, knowledgeable. I mean, I just enjoy my time with them. Today, I was at Kinaja High School around the rehab community. And again, I want to give, I told them to listen out. They actually, some of them do listen to Spoon. I was surprised, considering that the high school students, I just thought it was only adults that was listening. But
They have to listen to get information.
Oh yes, I was surprised. I thought this thing was just adult attraction to Spoon.
Oh, no.
Yes, high school students, and of course, the age range for high school is a little bit different. Usually in the United States, you're 18 when you graduate from high school, 18, 19. I understand it goes up to anywhere from 24, 25 sometimes. But it was just, oh my goodness, these kids, they are so smart. I mean, the human resource that we have in this country is beyond what we deserve, honestly. Those kids were telling me information. They was up to par. I don't know if it's the internet age as well. I mean, we had spoken words. They were able to do spoken words to me, but I was really, really impressed. I was so impressed that I feel like I need to do something with my friends that are listening when I return to the U.S. That I have to do something to give back to those schools on a routine basis. Yeah. So if you're listening, if you want to join me in, donating books, any kind of um, activity or any kind of commodity, please help me. So I want to give a shout out to St. Philip's and also Kenneja High School in Liberia. Thank you, principal. Thank you, administration, for allowing me to be able to connect and interact with your students. One unfortunate opportunity, I want to go take picture of the ants. The red ants started biting me on that. He said, then the boss said, I'm gonna squeeze. He said, I'm gonna squeeze my toes in my shoes. I said, how that's gonna stop the ants? I said, I'm gonna stop the ants from enjoying my skin. He said, stay until the picture that I said, I go, oh, ants in my shoe, ants in my shoe. He said, just squeeze your foot. I said, I can't squeeze my foot. It was too funny. Yeah.
What does Richardson yelling for?
No, I want to go take a picture at a school. The ants started biting me, and the boy who was taking the picture of me said, I'm going to squeeze my toes, squeeze my foot.
For what?
He told the ants to stop biting me when I squeeze my foot.
Oh, yeah?
I didn't understand it. I said, he just said, I said, no, the ants biting my foot. But I was just telling them I was at two.
When are you? When are you? When are you coming back?
You actually want me to publicly announce to
let everybody, yeah.
the world.
Actually, let me ask you a question though. Why are you in Liberia?
I'm in Liberia to conduct.
Let me turn the TV off. I'm listening to you. Let me turn the TV off.
To conduct civic education and interact with young people and women. So I believe that we have a deficit in teaching our people about good governance, about choices, about the power that they have to change the trajectory of our country. And so I've been speaking to different communities.
I understand that. But
I mean, question I'm feeling it.
You can answer.
Talk about. When I see him, I said,
No. You and your people can take one small question to get small answer. You're making it too long. We don't need long answer.
Then don't ask me question then.
Because you go talk to the people. Then the people you say you want to provide civic education to, you're telling them to vote for one person.
I did not tell them. I'm not telling them. I'm not telling them. I'm not telling them.
We saw one of your videos.
Yes, and what? Yeah. So, the video you saw, there's different sets of people that I speak to. Some of them are specific people who know what they want, and they bring up the subject to me. The others, I'm not there to tell them who to vote for, what to vote, how to vote. I'm just telling them how the power is inherent in the vote. And then we do sexual justice. I tell the boys how to take care of girls not to respond to boys.
So who's sponsoring your trip?
Myself. What do you mean? Responsible woman like me? What are you asking me sponsoring my trip?
Yourself sponsoring your trip?
Very self sponsoring my trip.
It's not Musa Ability sponsoring your trip. You and Amanda and Yacindy and
Musa Ability, you want to sponsor us? Eligible women like us?
I mean, it's an organization.
What do you take us to be? You take us to be some of those Fiamomo women there?
No, I'm not saying Fiamomo. I'm saying so. Your trip also covers. I'm saying who's sponsoring your trip because I know you guys.
I answer you. No.
The CPP USA. So is the CPP USA sponsoring your trip?
I do belong to the CPP USA, but they are not sponsoring my trip. Everything that we do is actually financed by us. We sell T-shirts. We raise money. Some people make donations to the Bestie Pro. It's called the Bestie Program. And
out there to deceive our student in the name of teaching, but running a campaign for commerce. Gary Michael is saying this. Is that true?
He's entitled to his opinion, but that is not what I'm doing here.
Listen, Dr. Richardson, I appreciate you and your group.
Thank
And
you.
the holiday season, your sacrifice to go to Liberia to teach folks. And I know you have another 2, 3 trips scheduled for Liberia this year. It is important, and you're doing an extremely good job. But when you are out there telling folks to go vote, the power of the vote, do not redirect them to vote for one individual.
No, I don't.
And I heard
Listen, I'm
that.
a psychologist. I'm a psych. The more you tell people to do something, that's the more they won't do it. So you give them options. You tell them. You explain to them why it's
That
important for them to vote the way
that
that they
that's what
think that will boost
they call it one data. The woman like data. Yeah. What I bet you, yeah. James, how you look? James, why you worry? Are you worried about something?
No, I'm just listening because I've been following from Niba County to Morovia.
correct. And James, when I speak, do you ever hear me name anybody in my speaking? Have you
Yes.
heard me
Yeah, we got a
name
clip. We're about
anybody
to
in my
play it.
speaking?
Yes, we
Yeah,
got it. Yeah.
I mean you as
No,
a
no,
team.
James, just agree with what I'm saying.
No, no, no,
It's
no,
not
no, no, no. Let's clarify some things here.
you know, it's
James,
James will agree with me because you need food.
I hear you speaking about voting for somebody.
you heard me speaking about voting for somebody.
Yeah, I heard you speaking about somebody.
You heard me specifically tell someone who call a name of a person that I need to vote for.
I heard you.
James, me as an individual.
I heard you.
But answer my question because I don't speak as depending on the group and setting I'm in. If I was in like the headquarter, if I was in a specific group of women that was invited, I would do that. However, if I'm just speaking on, invitation to different institutions, I will not do that, James, because I
No, I
respect
heard
it.
you as a team.
Okay, so that's that is speaking English.
But I
That
said
good
I heard
English is
you.
speaking.
Oh, but
That
you
good
think
English.
man,
I said I
That
heard
good
you.
me as a team, James.
I heard you.
Me individually, I respect the law of Liberia, and there's certain things when you are educating people on the right to vote that you tell them. You don't tell them until campaign season.
Can Barbara Cooper just leave James and myself alone?
Yeah, Barbara. She tired in my inbox that she can't answer.
Oh, she always get it.
Hey, God.
I'm serious.
Barbara, hello. I
Barbara,
miss you.
Hello.
Barbara, our friend. That man, Barbara. Sometimes
miss
Barbara, after work, she drink her
She
late
don't know
wine.
me.
She drink her late wine. She ain't got nothing to do. She got a photo spoon and complain.
I tell
So,
you.
When Kev
So-
Black Barbara was mad like hell.
Santa, somebody was talking about how you went to a school nearby St. Philip's, and they were saying back in the day those schools were two competitive schools. When you went
Me?
to Jimmy,
No, I
Well,
went to Jimmy Judicon. I didn't attend St. Philip.
yeah, I'm just saying they were saying back for historically those schools were very good
Jimmy
schools in
Judicon was
the
very competitive. Yes.
yes in the
Jimmy Judicon
Somalia
was
tribe
one of the
area.
best school in Ghana's.
Yes.
Jimmy Judicon had academic record. A lot of parents always wish for the children to attend Jimmy Judicon. I attended Jimmy Judicon along with my two sisters, Patricia and Medlina, and it was. I mean, Jimmy Judicon remained a good school. I know like St. Philip's because of the uniform. I didn't like the uniform.
You didn't like the blue and white. I mean, the blue and white
At that
color.
time, at that time, they were the back of the Ghana's supermarket. The
That's
old
true. That's
store.
where it still is.
No, I think they moved somewhere Balanceway area, somewhere on the other end.
You know that the
I don't know,
direction that
maybe you're
you're
right. Yeah, maybe you're right.
It's
And
beyond the supermarket.
yeah. But Jimmy Judicon was by St. Michael on the other end. So Jimmy Judicon remained a nice school, a better school, and I hope that they're doing extremely well. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, in Jimmy Judicon when the war came, 1989 war. So
Hmm.
yeah, that way I have
Yeah.
some most of my friends, Yankanju, Kesali, his sisters, and the Ballas children. A lot of us attended Jimmy Judicon, and we did extremely well. Most of us over here. That's where my dad Cooper knew me from.
Yes. Actually, that's why I mentioned that in the
That's where my
conversation.
dad Cooper knew me from.
Yes. So the high school students are just so resourceful. I mean, so advanced in their thinking. You know,
But
when I
have
see them,
with the limited resources
yes,
and what they have to
endure.
have to study. Liberia have better students. Liberia have smart students. They are willing to learn, and I
Yes,
think the government can provide. The government can help them because the students, the folks from Liberia, once you are willing to learn, trust me, you know, they will achieve a lot. Imagine
yes.
no electricity to some places, no skill lab, no computer lab, nowhere to do research. But
Woo,
those folks, the way in which some of them speak, what some of them do,
I'm more
it's
open.
amazing. It's amazing. So I think we got to help. We got to help,
Thank you. Maybe you can help me. I made commitment
and
to
that's
two
why
schools.
this election is important.
I
Every
just
school,
wanted to.
everyone
Some
that
of
built
them
a
got
school.
school fee.
And I would say this though, I think the government should come up with a plan. Everyone that built a school should have a skill lab and a computer lab,
I
a mini
agree.
library.
A
You
resource
don't
center.
do not have a school if you do not have a mini library. Somewhere
Mm-hmm.
that the student can have access to internet, computer, to
Mm-hmm.
research, and
Mm-hmm.
to learn better. You cannot have
Yes.
like one bedroom and you call it a school. Don't have
Correct.
3 bedroom and 3 benches in there. You say that my school. They should close the school down.
Yeah.
But that's the best thing. Go
Yes.
ahead.
I
Go ahead.
mean, I was thinking about, obviously, I'm a mother, grandmother as well, and the challenges that these students face is nothing my children and many of the children in other parts of the world have experienced. A kid told me sometimes in the morning, oh, I'm sorry, Eddie. Yeah, in the morning, sometimes they have to, you know, because this kindergarten has an evening session, and it was designed that way because some of the kids have to go to market, they have to go sell. And some of them told me that they have to support. James, you're laughing. Something funny?
No, Susan, there, she all
Oh,
on my back.
oh, that you're trying to pay attention to.
I'm
Okay.
telling you, man.
Yeah. No, I was just wondering. Yeah, they were just telling me sometimes, you know, they live in a home with many siblings. Maybe there's the oldest of the or five siblings. One person explained to me, and they have to be responsible because maybe they lost a parent for different reasons. And it's just, children in this part of the world don't even have to experience anything close to that. Just here, if when I wake up in the morning, I have to figure out to put the heater on, then I have to figure out, turn the heater off, put my iron on, because if I put both on, that means I'm running my meter, my electricity meter. Then I have to pour the water in the bucket, all kind of different challenges. By the time I
I
get to
thought,
work,
I thought you, I thought you were, I thought you were at a hotel.
ah, why you have to be talking my business?
No, I already told you at Boulevard Palace. I didn't know you were stopping at Royal, but that's okay.
Okay.
So you do that
All
at
right.
Royal too? You put heater on and heater off?
Well, I'm learning.
Uh,
I just want to tell everybody listening that I'm learning a lot of challenges before your day starts. And by the time your day gets started, it's like I can't even think right because I'm thinking, especially if you pay electricity, which is on the meter. Um, like here, when I leave my home, I don't have to worry about, um, any of those things. I just get up and go in my car and drive to where I'm going. But if I leave everything running, I think, did I tell James I made a mistake and left the internet box on all night long, and the next day I woke up, I didn't have any service. So you have to remember to, huh?
Yeah, that happens, right?
You
You
have to
gotta
remember to turn it off. Yes. So those are the little challenges that you have to go through, you know. And then if you run out of electricity at the wrong time when the office isn't open, like around the holiday time, it wasn't open, that you're on your own because nobody can open that office for you until they're good and ready.
Yeah, but I think that's what we are asking for better Liberia. We are not there yet, but I think we are getting there though. And I know by the grace of God, uh, Liberia will be better. Uh, if you're an education minister, you will stop all these little schools that people just doing for money. In America, yeah, and a lot of folks know, if they say you need only 20 students in this classroom, it's 20 students. You
Correct.
go up, you come down, you cannot do more than 20. 20 students, that's it.
That's the student
And
teacher ratio.
student teacher ratio. Give them a better education, take them on a field trip, give them everything they need, books available. You can't do open a school and you don't have books. What are you talking about? You say we get out of school, but the material, you don't have it. Then you're going down what else out of the look for books that was written some 20 years ago. Then you still talking about John is a boy. You still talking about photosynthesis.
It's about
You know, and
Sally went down and see Dick and Sally books.
yeah, then you still talking about Bob Gray was so cheap. His family was so come on, guys. You know, you still talking about SSO, GeoGo, you talking about A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. They get different level now, different way in which you can incorporate that style of learning.
Phonics.
So it is
Pronounce-
important that our folks, there's no more teacher training center because teacher training center is dead. Can we transition a little bit? Can we talk about a new system, a new era to bring us to par with what is happening in the rest of the world? That's what we need. And, you know, that's what we need. Why everybody having schools? John Peter School, Mary Paul School, Esther Brown School. Why everybody having school?
They said our money making business here
It is. It is. It is.
because no regulations.
It is. So it's important
I
that we
wanted to
all come around.
I also wanted to talk about the girls. The girls are very smart, very bright, but the boys were dominating in the conversation. All of them had no problem raising their hands to ask questions or to make a comment. I kind of had to encourage and nurture the girls to get up and ask questions or to speak. So I wish them more assertiveness, more the ability to, and it's smart. The boys were telling me, especially in Montserrat here, like Kennedy High School, the girls, there are more girls in the high school class, in the senior class, than boys. And the girls are very smart, but it's just, I had to kind of nurture them. And this happens in the States too. This is not isolated to Liberia. We know that when we put all girls in the all girls school, they tend to thrive more than when we mix them up with boys, simply because they always feel like they don't have a voice. But they were welcoming. They were so welcoming today. And Stanton, I'm relying on your foundation to help me support these. My commitment, I'm making.
That means saying you.
You and your family, you and Laura.
That means saying you.
And not you send me, but that you will help build Liberia.
I heard that you get a foundation, the Richardson Foundation, so you guys will do better.
But it will be combined. Richardson is anybody who listens to me, please help me out, and I put my money in trouble because I was just too emotional when I talked to the children today.
You're going to do this on the show. You'll be removed immediately, Dr. Richardson.
In fact, what like HR said it?
Yeah, he's coming on. He just texted
So
me.
because I'm talking about Liberia business, you remove me from the show. That it wouldn't what other thing I can have in the show?
You're asking for money, that's what you say.
Oh well, Okay, I
You
guess
see,
I'll
you
put
might
in right.
ask your political leader. That's what he said.
Okay. Yeah, educating somebody like real that political leader business. I can see how that person thinking already.
Then Richardson, what
Yeah, yeah,
news?
what
What are
I
you
was
hearing from the country? What are you hearing? What's
saying.
going on? What's going on in Liberia right now?
Honestly, I really didn't listen to the radio today. I had some pressing issues. Usually, when you listen to the radio in the morning, they have all talk shows upon talk shows. But I was busy interacting with the students, so I really don't know. I got caught up a little bit on Facebook. You know, people were talking about what we talked about yesterday. Some people were, but yes, I didn't listen to the radio today to know what's going on. I'm keeping myself busy, engaging and interacting with Liberians. I can't hear you. I can't hear you. You're talking. Oh, okay. So, yes, we're keeping. I kept myself busy today. That's what Stanton was asking me. So what's going on? You guys can tell us. You probably know or heard more about what's going on in Liberia than I, who's sitting down here, know about. You guys want to talk about what's going on? Y'all heard me? That's what's going on in Liberia.
Okay. I don't know.
What happened, Nelson? You scared to talk?
No. Okay. I was off. That's why. Um. Yeah. So many things happening in the country. So many things in fact, since the last edition of the show, uh, the revelations on the show last night have become a centerpiece for discussion in almost every quarter. The other story on the 70K, and the there's a group called the NEMO. They released a report on the legislature, their performances. That report was out, and it captures different activities from the legislature, their performances from the number of bills they passed, the number of sittings they have. It's more like a scorecard or some sort of uh, spotlight on their performances. You know, that report is also out. That's something that a lot of folks are talking about, and they're going to be using to either commend or critique their officials, representatives, senators, and so forth in the coming days. Yeah. So
Yes, well
another
deserved.
one is that there's a group called Women of Substance. They endorse, or let's say petition, the Senator Yomde Kanga Lawrence to go as vice running mate to Ambassador Bwakai. Yes. So those are just a few of the many issues right now. But a lot of people are talking about
Hold
the
on one
show.
minute. Hold on, Nelson. Nelson, hold on. Nelson, hold on. James, why are you laughing?
Somebody commented for James.
I'm laughing because a group coming up now to say we want you to be vice president. The final isn't.
So guys, let's try to set this thing right though. Have you seen someone openly try to lobby to be a vice president? Like, I beg you, let me be your vice president. Am I missing something? Have it been done before? Can somebody help us here?
No.
I want to be a vice president. Please make me a vice president. And I will announce it. I will go on air and announce it. I will call people to petition me.
No. I have not,
Not in
but
Liberia,
maybe.
but help us. I need somebody to help us here, though. You know, what the latecomers staying home trying to come on. I need someone to help. But Dr. Richardson, you realize. Are we making a mistake? Have you seen it, though? Have you heard
Um,
of it?
I actually have never seen or heard an individual petitioning to be a vice president for anyone. Usually, is the standard bearer
Yeah.
who, based on his compatibility, based on competency, based on the thought that you are a heartbeat away from me. If something happens to me, you would be able to conduct the business of the country. So this is kind of new for me to hear that even a group would be petitioning someone to serve as the vice president. So it makes me wonder, as a person, what is happening to our people's own understanding of the Constitution, or what is happening to an individual who would allow other people to petition them. Um, I, I've been approached, and honestly, I find this very interesting. Several of us have been approached for different positions, jobs, and all of that stuff in government, out government, and stuff. And my response is, I'm not ready for this. This is out of my area. I know my area very well. This is out of my area. I also have a family, and I have a job. I'm not looking for a job. I've had a job for many years, 19 years, going on 20 years. I have
Well, the Richard say, my
Yeah.
thing is that let's go back to the question, and we're gonna play the Yomli interview, right? When one of the reporter asked her, but to have people coming around to petition you, Vera Harris. We got it. We got it, clip Vera. But let's have some serious discussion on this for a little bit. If I'm asked, I would accept. Kev Hassan, was that a good political answer by Senator Yomli? After they asked her, we will play. She said, if I'm asked, I will be willing. I will accept. Was that a good political answer? Have you heard a politician giving such an answer?
That was very excellent. That's a good answer. Excellent.
That's a good answer. Give me a reason why you think it was a good answer.
The excellent she answered. See, if I asked, I would take it. She been truthful.
She been truthful.
Yes, being truthful. If I asked, she say yes. No,
Have you seen it before?
Huh?
Have you heard a politician giving such an answer before? You always talk about the American politics.
Yes.
Give me one instance. There's none. No one I've ever said, pick me. I want to be a
Well,
vice president.
you asked me. Let me tell you, yes, I've seen one. Yomli Kanga.
You were such a Yomli Kanga.
Now you say now you go. Well, I'm not in some other country, but
You in
I believe
America,
that
you always give example from America. Someone say you like the reason why you see kept saying yes, kept is praying. Let me set this up. That's what Richard say. You know why kept is saying yes, and kept having some technical issues to thank God. You know why kept saying yes? Kept saying yes because can you hear me? Can you hear me? That's what Richard say. You're muted. That's
I
what
can hear you. I have to say yes.
Yeah, your life, see you.
Yeah, Kev is saying yes because he praying for a Boaka Yomli ticket. That's why he's saying yes. Because he thinks CDC can win a Boaka Yomli ticket in the first round. So you don't pay Kev any mind, please. You know what he's saying yes for. But Kev, continue.
So can I clarify something, because I missed that news? Did she say if she's asked by any of the candidates, or did she say if I'm asked by Boca? I saw the headline briefly. I didn't. Do you know what the headline said?
So let's play.
Okay, good.
Yeah, let's play. Where is Good Day? Producer, Good Day. We need to play this. Wait.
Of the stand-up bearer. So, as I always say, we are ready to serve our country. If I'm selected as a running mate, I will accept.
Yeah.
Aaron Kuba.
Yeah. Senator, my name is Aaron Kuba. I work for Spoon TV. You mentioned
all right,
the
James,
Liberal Party.
James, sit down. We need a question from James. Go back to the question. She just gave us an answer. What was the question? Can you go back a little bit, James, please? But you heard her answer, Dr. Richardson. You heard her answer, that.
So she said, if, which is a good word, if I'm asked. She didn't say by who, whether she's asked by the different candidates.
That's why I want you. That's why I want you to listen to the question.
Okay, I didn't hear the. Didn't play the question.
So James going to go back a little bit because the question spoke about Joseph Yimabwaka. The question was that right?
Oh, Joseph Yimabwaka. Okay. So if she's asked by Mr. Bokai, she will accept. That's what she said.
Right. That's what she's saying.
Well, she was answering a question, so then she will accept. Personally, I would set some criteria for why I would accept to run with anybody. I will have to understand, the standard, but maybe she already knows. She already set a criteria. So.
Kev, I hate to go to Kev, but I mean,
why are you laughing?
Because I had to go to Kev. That's why Kev won. Kev called me when he watched this clip, right? He said, I beg you, CEO, do not mess this thing up. We want Youngly to be the VP candidate to Joseph Yimabwaka. I asked Kev why, and he said it's a one-time first round win for President Weah. So anything Kev's saying here right now is just because he believes that it's a first round win. Go ahead.
I believe in women power, and I think Christine was right with me. And I believe that women should be part of our politics up there because we will we select a woman to be our vice standard bearer and vice president of the country. So I think some of us who believe in women power will support the women, despite the political differences. But I believe in women power. That's why I admire her answer, and I think she said if, and she was truthful. I think Dr. Richardson was side me on this.
You're very bad, dude, Kev. I didn't know that how dangerous you watched it today.
Very truthful.
You're a very dangerous guy. Dr. Richardson don't fall for it though.
No, as a woman.
Don't do that. Dr. Richardson, don't do that. Don't fall for Kev.
I just wanted to make a point. I think, and also, no, I'm not listening to. I'm glad for Kev's answer, but my answer is a little bit different from his. My response is different from his. In that, as a woman, I think we should learn the art of negotiation, and also, giving some parameters as to why we would like to be the vice president or be a professor or be whatever it is, because I think that's allows people to not take us for granted. That also allows us to show our abilities. I don't think that just because I'm a woman, I should be called to do a job. I want people to see me and my competency and my ability. So if she has all of that to be a vice president, then yes. But I think, like how I would see many men at different levels, they have different competencies. I would probably put the same thing for women, although I do understand women have been marginalized in society.
Dr. Richardson, women of today, I don't think we should say, oh, we asking them again how competent they are. Women of today are very competent. So we should not be asking that question. I tell you, asking that question alone to say, oh, if you're competent, if you did, women of today, Kamala Harris, very competent.
So yeah, women of today, competency is a broad word. We have different competencies in different areas. Like, I really say that I'm not competent. So you ask me, you was asking a question, I was answering, and then you just started talking over me. That's how competent you think I am, right?
So that?
I was talking, you asked me a question about women of today, competency, and I was telling you
It
that
was a
competency.
rhetorical. It was a rhetorical question.
But
Oh,
let you
okay.
speak. Kev, let you
Yeah,
speak. Give her a few minutes.
yeah, but you can
Let
So
speak.
I was telling you, competency is a broad area, and it's almost like having specialization in different areas. And I don't think we can say just because you're a woman of the day that means you can be anything. I think professionally, there's an assessment that is involved in making the decision to hire a woman or to allow a woman to work in certain areas. So I won't just give a blanket statement. Say just because of some women make a choice. Maybe a woman of today doesn't mean that she wants to be in a professional setting. Maybe she wants to be a
But
caregiver. Stay at home.
thank you, Dr. Richardson. Let's just move a little bit. Kev, you
Yeah.
see Eugene coming on. I don't know where he is. It looked like, if I would be right, Eugene sitting in the hotel room, I believe, because I know all the decor, you know. So I think Eugene is sitting in a hotel room. The lamp behind him, the window he sit by, the curtains, the background. So I can tell you that hotel room which state is in right now, because I travel a lot. But Kev, go ahead. Eugene decided to take a two queen bed. Eugene, you alone. Why are you taking two queen bed?
Just in case I get visitor.
Stephen,
No,
you sure you're not a psychologist? You
nobody,
can ask all these very interesting questions.
nobody,
I saw him. Just in case I get visitor.
I mean, all these personalized questions, I guess he's just so used to us.
nobody coming to visit you in Washington, D.C. If you again give me another view of that room, I will tell you which street that hotel is on.
Okay, yeah, that'll view.
Trust me, and I have traveled a lot. Right, that bed is a brown with a strip coming in. That's the bathroom on your right, the TV. If you look at that hotel, you can see it's one of the cheapest hotel in Washington D.C. right now. You pay $110. If you get discount, you pay.
Now when you lie, I kick it off. You don't even lie, I agree with you lie, I kick it off.
Yeah. Kefigo, are you with us? Kef is MIA. That's what Richard's saying. Eugene is in one of the very cheapest hotel down the strip in Washington D.C.
The cheapest places you can find hotel in America, they still will not get you for 110. Even the one what they call Days Inn. Not 110 now.
Eugene, Kev finished telling me where that hotel is. Trust me, it's 45 minutes away from Kev. So let's just have a good. But welcome to the show, my brother. I mean, what's your state? What's going on in DC? Give us some update.
No. It will not be expedient for me to tell you what's going on with what we're trying to do. But because, it's like the Liberian National Police said, hey, there is a suspect out in Texas. His name is so and so and so. And no. I'm one of the person who would like to say we've got 2 suspects in custody. We are investigating. There are a couple of suspects that are at large at the moment. And as the investigation progresses, we'll give you details. So in that line, I can say to you what we're attempting to do right now is to file our complaints with the appropriate institutions. And one will ask, why are you not pushing to do your complaints with the Liberian government? Why should I? What's the incentive to do it? This man walks around boasting that he's the friend of the president, that Jawia is the man who know him all too well. So today, again, he was on OKFM. If you follow his clips, he said the MOU was like a gentleman agreement and it's no longer in effect. They are now using the MDA. How can you use an MDA that is not rectified? That is not a law according to the MOU. Huh? He confirmed today the man who could not answer you how many people were hired today on OKFM. He said 208 people were legally employed with the company. 100 of them was from Bomi, and the other 108 are foreigners. That's no quoting so. Okay? He came up to say that he had breakfast this morning with Tyler. And he had lunch with Setuma today. He had a bunch of things that indicted himself. He just literally indicted himself today all over the place. So the president is the chief executive officer of the country. You cannot tell me that the president has not been briefed or the president does not know that snow is running around the whole country. As president, this deal affects 3 counties: Cape Mount, Bomi, and Bapolu. This president cannot act like he does not know that $24 million in debt was erased for only 10. This president cannot argue that he have not heard that $5 million was paid to his government, and I want you to listen to this, because people can think I'm bashing the government, but I'm making my point void of sentiments or whatsoever. That $5 million was paid to his government, and you were here 4 months ago, and his government is corrupt. That's no saying it. Because the money should have been given to Bomi, but the money was not given. And if the money is not given, he will not sign. That's a threat to the government. The president cannot argue that he does not know. That Snow said his signature is on no MOU. It was the government that negotiated the MOU. This president is being destroyed. So, and he acts like he's not even hearing it. Why should I waste my time? Let me go to the Treasury Department, because there's a law in America that says the president will have the right to give monies to underdeveloped country where it becomes necessary. But the Manisi Act says America cannot give money to you when you are stealing your people money. You cannot be begging America for $3 million, as Tuet said on this program, for elections. Then you gave an Indian company 14 million. You cannot do that. It doesn't make sense. And also, what is a law, as in the case of the MDA, you cannot put it aside for, I'm quoting Snow, that's no word, for a gentleman agreement. Telling the people there is no way that the MOU will supersede the MDA. Only to go look there, that's exactly what's there. So all of these things, if President Weah cannot understand he's been thrown on the bus, I don't need to bother him and give him pressure. We need to file our papers and ask that the U.S. government look into the matter.
Let's start this show, because now you bring us to a whole new level over here. Western Cluster, like we are seeing on the front page newspaper. James, can you put it up, James? Like we are seeing on the front page newspaper. Let's just front page is saying, look, guys, it's a deal. This is why I'm running this right now. Western Cluster did backfire.
It backfired. Snow is over.
If Snow is saying that we are not working along with the MOU anymore, but yet instead the NDA is not ratified, what's going on? But I'll put that aside. Let me ask you my question. So why are you in Washington, D.C.? Are you there because of Western Cluster? Are you complaining against Snow? Are you complaining against the government? Are you complaining against the Western Cluster deal? What are you hoping to achieve? You're going to spend a week, you engaging folks, you're making your case with the Treasury Department, you're fishing and seeking to speak to Chris Smith. You are making the case. You are the former Deputy Minister of Information. You have dossier of information with you that you're carrying. What are you trying to achieve? Carrying Snow name to the Treasury Department, Snow name to Chris Smith, Snow name to other folks in Washington. What are you trying to achieve, Minister Fagon?
Well, you keep saying Snow name. Snow name. Don't make Snow famous, because Snow right now is a person who can never ever be famous in Bomi again as a result of this deal. So don't try to make him famous.
I'm not making him famous, because everything you have just said is on Snow. I'm not defending Snow. You are in the greatest capital city in the whole world right now. You are engaging folks that brought sanction on this government.
Right.
You make mention of the Magnitsky Act.
Yeah.
You make mention of Treasury.
Yeah.
Those are entities that can hit any one individual.
Right.
And as you're moving further, you are carrying the name Snow. You say he was on OK FM. You say he was having breakfast with Maurice Toman. You say he was engaged in X, Y, and Z. Why are you? What's your mission in Washington, D.C.? What's your key message? What are you trying to achieve, Minister Fagon?
The first thing here we want to achieve is to throw light on economic sabotage and economic crimes against the people of Bombing. I don't know if you've ever been to Bombing in your life.
Yeah, I did.
When the company left from there, we were made mockery of. They call us Bombing Hole. The surrogate over there will tell you the name. Okay, a company came, and thankfully, the president before her was from Bombing. The man that was speaker was from Bombing. We're talking about the same Edwin Snow. Then comes Ellie Johnson Sirleaf from Bombing. You know who was speaker? Alex Tyler from Bombing. You see the connection there? But then Ellen, who was president, Alex Tyler, who was speaker, they look at this deal and say, you know what? There's a place that the railroad passed already, boo. Just rehabilitate the railroad and transport your iron ore. If there is anything we will compromise, we will not compromise that. That's number one. Number two, you will build a port to transport your iron ore. Because you know what? We got to use Freeport for other matters. But you know what? We can maybe give you some time on the other one. But as far as the road is concerned, that's a no-no for our people. It will never happen for that one. You will never mind here. And they stood their grounds. Comes Edwin Snow to Stanton A. Witherspoon, a media guru and Mongol. And what did he come for? Let's admit on the show, Stanton. When Snow mounted your platform, he did not come for Western Cluster MOU. He came here, and I was here, I'm a witness, to hold the government feet to the fire to release Bombing 5 million. That is where this whole nonsense came from. He accused the government of holding 5 million for the people of Bombing, Kema, and Bapulu. And in good faith, you decided to make his case along with him. When we went to go look in the whole deal, and by his own explanation, he explained that he was the one that collected the Lands and Mines Minister and took him to India to renegotiate with the people through an engagement. Your tip is still available. Now, that's what I like about Spoon. That's why when people say, when Stanton made that move from there, I'm moving from there. Because you know what? After he explained his case, I saw you, Stanton A. Witherspoon. I'm pointing my finger to you. You said, wait. You took the Lands and Mines Minister with you? He said, yes. He said, yes, I took him. We're there for 5 days. And you asked him, negotiating what? Engaging with the people to come back. Then he said, wait now, why was the government not doing this? Why was it you? So right there, you Stanton, created in our minds suspicion on the whole thing. So instead of us helping Snow to get 5 million from a 10 million, that was how we decided to dig deeper. And in digging deeper, Snow started to sell himself to you. And instead of helping Snow to get the 5 million from the government, you started to question Snow on real serious issue that brought Snow down. And let me give you credit for that. Because the questions that he answered, that, for example, I'll give you some example. There is no way the MOU can supersede the MDA. We found out our lie on this network. The MDA is there, and it will work alongside the MOU. We found out it was lie. The MOU says there's no other agreement. We also find out from Snow about the road condition. Snow said the post should start to play. We found out it was a lie. So when we started digging deeper, we found out a lot of corruption within the whole deal. And that is how nobody is talking. I remember when you asked him, from almost 24 million to 10 million, who negotiated that? Snow said it was the government. Really? You told us you went for the engagements. Snow started stuttering. So what do we hope to achieve? Is to draw the United States attention to economic sabotage, to economic crimes, to infrastructure destruction, to environmental degradation and hazard, to unfair labor practices. I remember when you asked Snow, and this was my joyous question, when you said to Snow, how many employees do we have? What does Snow say? I don't know. Go to Sam Brown. Sam Brown came out and said 250 something from the bombing meeting. Today, ask Snow what number he called, saying he laughing. 208. So, all of these inconsistencies, barrage of inconsistencies, led us to believe unfair labor practices. The same man he put there, the man said 250, they stay on probation. How can people be on probation when they have worked for you for almost 8 months?
So again, well, I want to pause you for a bit because I got to
achieve this. Let
me learn.
Yeah,
let me understand.
I'm not a judge. I'm not the American government. I did not even report to my own government, Stanton. We just want to draw the American government attention because they are fighting a war on corruption. If they decide that Snow did nothing wrong, all of us go. But when we say Snow, it's because Snow was the author, originator, the Darwinist evolving theory of bringing back Western cluster. As a lawmaker, he ignored the law, the MDA, which is yet to be rectified, as enshrined in the MOU, and went ahead to do something different.
But let me say this though, before I bring in Dr. Richardson and Kev Hassan. You are in Washington, D.C.
For now, I'm outside because Washington is too expensive.
Okay, you are
on the edge of
environment
Let's be correct.
Washington, D.C. No problem, but but your meeting is within Washington, D.C. I'm not directly speaking about your hotel.
I'm like 20 minutes away from where I'm supposed to go every day.
So the name Snow is still coming up. The name Snow. You are still making mention of Snow. That's what we are talking about, Snow. Do you have anything personal against Snow? Because let me say this though. Let's go back in history. Snow was placed on sanction by the same American or United Nations, whatever you may call it. Because if United Nations put you on sanction, American put you on sanction. Snow have a history with these guys. Some time ago, Snow was trying to travel to the United States. Most recently, information came out that he was denied. His document, his passport, was placed on restriction. Okay, administrative processing. You are now taking the name Snow back to the American, Fagon. You are now taking the name Snow back to Treasury Department, back to the State Department, back to Congressman Chris Smith, and said, this is what this senator is doing in our county, Bombay County, and we are here as a group to complain. What are you trying to achieve? You didn't answer my question.
I did.
No, you didn't.
Okay, let me repeat.
You listed everything your complaint was. Let me finish because you listed everything. You listed everything your complaint going to say, but you are not telling Liberians tonight what you're trying to achieve for the people of Bombay County.
Okay,
I want to give you a chance. I'm giving you a chance to say it again.
You didn't hear me say it.
Okay, go ahead. Please repeat for those that are joining us.
Trying to draw the American government attention to economic crimes. Did you not hear me say that? Environmental degradation and hazard. We're trying to draw their attention to bad labor practice. We're trying to draw their attention to corruption. Now, if we achieve that,
hold on now. Why is it not on the government? Why are you putting this on Snow? Now I got you to repeat what you're trying to achieve, because this is what we do. Why is this not on the government? Why are you putting this on Snow, Fagon?
You know why they're talking about the suspect? When they arrest the suspect, then the suspect will talk. Then other things will fall in place. Here is how it works. There was a man who sat on your network, and the audio and video is available. Do you deny that? He said he sat down for long, and he decided to travel to India to engage the company and negotiate and bring the company back to Liberia. Well, it turns out that those negotiations have affected our people. The company came back. We now see the MOU. We now see what it has cost us. Now, because he was the originator, I said, I will repeat, because he was the originator of this whole saga, he went to front page, he said my signature now on the MOU. Well, we see the negotiation. We see the outcome. He's the lawmaker of our county. He was the one who negotiated this deal from his own mouth. Unless you want to tell me that that's a lie, he didn't say it on your network, then I rest my case. So why should I go look for other people?
Listen, again,
he negotiated.
Again, listen, we are having a show. You are on a mission, and folks are surprised that you're taking this thing to a whole another level. You and other people here in America, you are breaking through with the Americans, and the name Snow is attached to your complaint massively.
Don't we have more money?
Yeah, but yes, my issue. Okay, I'm going to pause. Kev Hassan, Dr. Richardson, you go first. Welcome again, Santuman and George. Dr. Richardson, go first, please.
So, Mr. Fagon, you and I don't often agree on everything, which is a good thing. I don't think, I think it's a good thing. I don't think that. Look at Troy, I beg you. But I think that, again, it's a good thing. I don't think any individual should always and constantly agree. That means that one person is not thinking. I want to commend you for working on behalf of the people of Bummy to explore and deeper to see where the issue of corruption lies in this whole MDA and MOU agreement. It seems to me that you are trying to get to the bottom line of what happened in Bummy, and you are using the person who came on Spoon to testify about the dealings and the knowledge about the MDA and MOU. So that's where you're starting from. So what do you hope to gain? Are you looking for sanction? Are you looking for the American government not to give us Liberia any more money? What do you hope to accomplish by giving this information to the Americans? Which again, keep in mind, I'm not asking this question to be judgmental of you.
Well, thank you. First of all, let's correct that maybe in a sense I'm after Snow. No, it's not you that said that. What I want to remind Stanton was the purpose for which Snow came on this platform. Why did Snow come here? Snow came on a platform to say the government was corrupt, in that the government was holding $5 million for the people of Bummy, Cape Mount, and Bapolu. So why did Snow come here to do that? Because he felt aggrieved. Why am I doing this? It's because the Sea Snow have brokered a deal that have literally rob my country in more ways than one, destroying my environment, destroying infrastructural development. And you know what, Dr. Francine? When Snow came on their platform, Snow told Stanton when he was running, the people used to call him, quote unquote, Yelekwe, which means stranger. Go back to the tape. Ask who then they would play it. That's because everybody said Snow was not born in Bomi. He's not from Bomi. Say Stanton are a friend. Let Stanton call him and say, what part of Bomi you were born in? What part of Bomi or what they call your ma and pa came from Snow? No disrespect. But I can tell you where my ma was born. And Kev is surrogate will tell you. I can tell you what time my father from Blowan in the Wayne district. But let's not do the same. So my environment is being destroyed. My infrastructure is being destroyed. My people are being robbed. And you know the hurtful part? Snow say he's the friend of the president. And nobody can do anything. Then he comes on the same platform and say we're talking nonsense. Stanton did not take it serious. But as a son of Bomi, I took offense. And I will deal with the situation expeditiously, ferociously, and will validate every claim we make. I guarantee you that this battle will not end because my 5 brothers are coming from Ketman to join me soon. Bapolu, they are coming in on this battle because the MDA mentioned 3 counties. And the MDA was for the 3 counties. But the MOU seems to benefit Bomi more than the other 2 counties. You see what the problem is? We will battle. And right now, because he keeps announcing that he's the friend of the president, let him continue to be the friend of the president. We have a way to get around him, and we will get around him. And that's what we're doing.
Kev has Dr. Richardson, your second question.
So, Mr. Fagon, just to clarify something, I know one of the shows that we had here, there was a text message exchange between you and Snow. And I think based on your reaction, I think you're angry, actually, that text, that was a private thing that was out for public display. Can you tell the Liberian people that you and Snow have been communicating? This is not a personal matter as opposed to it being a fight for your homeland, Bomi, and for the people of Bomi, just to differentiate that?
Yes. And Snow himself admitted that me and Eugene have been talking, and if he had problem with this deal, as early as yesterday, he would have told me, brother, what I'm supposed to tell you? You see, Kev calling here more again to talk. Kev, you on TV, oh? So I kept telling him the child that said the man will not sleep, that child will not sleep. But our different thing that we always talk about. If Snow had not come on your network to complain about this $5 million government, that the government took, right? Honestly, I would not have known about the MOU again. Because nobody told me anything. Oh, I know that MDA. And I kept wondering why they're trucking. But Snow never told me. And I challenged anybody to say they told me. Sandra Johnson said the same thing. Now I was able to prove to Stanton beyond all reasonable doubt that Snow was the one that promised me over a year ago. I didn't beg him. 3 different messages between me and him shows that he was the one that promised me a year ago that the government had treated me bad. He was going to find some money because I was moving from Gettysburg, which is right outside of DC. And actually, that's where I'm sitting. From Gettysburg to DC. Every time I kind of care, we just pass the barrel going to DC. So I'm moving in August to Tennessee. I came to Gettysburg to my brother Kev in June of 2021. July, August. So when I was moving, he called me and said, so what you do now? I said, oh, I'm going to go to Tennessee to be close to my kids. And he made the promise, and it's in the text message. But I never got a jink. You know what I call jink? Come on, man, say jink thing. I didn't get. And after a year, I reminded him, the same word is there, promise. He said, I know, right? But I don't bring anything else between me and Snow. I'm not going to bring it up. Even today, me and Snow communicated. I can tell you what we communicated and what we said to each other. Because you know what? I don't do that. What you and myself talk behind there is our talk. I don't bring it to the public. Okay? So that's the situation with that situation. And I was surprised that my little brother Kev will allow himself to be a vessel to destroy me without even investigating or contacting me. When the people say 20,000, I came to a defense. When they talk about the check, 25,000, I came to a defense. So Haslo will say, put it up, then you go put it up against me. What extent I had done that to him? But that's water under the bridge. We move ahead. We will talk about the issues and not about our personal problems.
Sorry. I understand you do not want to talk about your discussion with Snow today. But I do believe your discussion was in reference to Western Cluster.
Definitely.
And you are on a mission right now around the Washington, D.C. area to talk about Western Cluster. And again, the name Snow is coming up. Are you discussing Western Cluster because you want Snow to admit? Are you pushing Western Cluster because you want a new deal? Or are you asking the folks, the legislative caucus, to go back to the drawing board? What really you want to achieve concerning Western Cluster involvement? Should they cancel the MDA? Should they ask Western Cluster to leave? Minister Eugene Lamin Fagon, what would be the best solution for the people of Bomi and Western Cluster?
The first thing here, I will tell you again, I felt very insulted when Snow say you're talking nonsense. Now, it's not nonsense. It's gone to almost every radio station because it's now making sense. Secondly, Snow, when a politician wants to escape, and you saw my Ellie, when they say no car collapse, my Ellie said, I take full responsibility. But did we get the money? Did anyone pay the price for it, Stanton, for no car? No. Snow, instead of saying, now that I'm looking at the MOU, my people got issues with it. I'm going back to my people so that we can talk about it. The first thing Snow did, he distanced himself. He said his signature was not on the MOU. And I'm challenging you, Stanton, to say that lie. When I asked the question, did you see the MOU? Did you read it before accepting it? You are my senator. What was no response? I don't answer yes and no question. That's stuck-up behavior. And up to now, he has not resigned. I mean, he's not apologized to the people of Bomi. Now, do I want the company to leave? It will be the last resort. What is the best thing to do now? Set the MOU aside. Go back to the MDA. The MOU says the MDA is not rectified. Rectify the MOU and put what you want back in the MOU. That way we are operating with law, not an understanding. An MOU is a memorandum of understanding. We are a country of laws. And as our leader, when we see something, nobody has monopoly over knowledge. When we bring it to your attention, apologize and let's work together. Don't be stuck up. Don't insult us because you're friend of the president. When we were making him president, where were you? I submit on that note.
Thank you, Kev. Kev Hassan.
My goal is for the people of Bomi to continue to get employment. The deal or the MDA, the MOU, we are not saying it's perfect. We are not saying it's good. What we are saying, we can make it better. We can make it better. I don't see no lawmaker in America would say, Snow, you went to India to represent your country interests. The government were represented by the Minister of Mines. Snow not making no deal. He was not there negotiating for no deal. He there as an observer and see if the people of Bomi interest will be well served. Don Chris May will say, I Snow, I will do something to you. Maybe Chris May is going crazy now. He signed, Snow he signed nothing. He's not a finance minister. He's not a justice minister. He went there to represent his country. It's a crime now. It's a crime. Also, so now America now, I will go there and say, hey, Dr. Richardson, you went Bomi. I saw you around the man. I saw you were with Western Cluster. I will tell Chris May. Hey, Chris May is the daddy of us now. I think it's wrong. Senator Snow did nothing wrong. Single thing. Nothing wrong. You know what this is about? This is about the promise Senator Snow said to the government, to the president. If you make Bomi happy, Bomi will make you happy. This thing had nothing to do with Western Cluster by those guys. The purpose is to weaken Senator Snow, give him a bad name, and the people will uprise against the popular senator because of the election. We're not stupid here. Why didn't talk about Western Cluster 2 years ago, 3 years ago, 4 years ago, 5 years ago, 2011? Why? This is all about turning the people against Edwin Snow because of this precedent. Simple, very simple. Because Senator Snow made that promise. We know how politics work. We will weaken him. We will threaten him. We will push him because they all know Senator Snow was sanctioned 10, 15 years ago. So what they want to do is to threaten this man's livelihood and say, we will report you. We will go to Chris May, Alan White. We will do this to you. So this man can be weakened. And then Bomi will flip to the opposition. That's all this thing is about. We're not crazy. We understand politics. We know what they are doing. But I will say this to you, Senator Snow. Fight for your people of Bomi. You're fighting for them. You employ people in Bomi right now working on the snow farm who taking pay. How can you go to the Americans to destroy a man like that, and then people who working on the snow, his radio station will be unemployed? Come on, let's fix it. Let's fix this. So I destroy. You know, they did that to Minister McGill. They destroyed Minister McGill, and folks are suffering. Folks are suffering now because of all the goodwill, Minister McGill. And the people say, you know what? We will send you to the Senate because we know you. And now, and folks want to do the same thing with Senator Snow. The man who said nothing, he just went to India to represent his country. So that the thing now, that have it going now. So if I go and represent my country, even if the deal is not that good for us to make it better, even in America, the mining deal in West Virginia, which Fagon was living for years, he knows that the mining deal always, Joe Manchin is always fighting for that mining deal to be better. The people always calling town hall meeting. Mr. Senator, we need something. He will run to DC. As early as the bill, the Build Back Better bill, he hold that bill and say, my people say they need more. So let Christmas say, this man, I think Christmas should get kudos to Senator Snow for flying to India to see and to bring job. 108 bombing citizens benefiting. Over 200 and something Liberian. The trucking alone. I spoke to the gentleman, which Tomley know very well that he's the one that doing the trucking. Bidell. He employing over 100 people. They're feeding the family tonight. Folks want to destroy that. No, it's not about the company. It's not about Western Cluster. It's about the promise that Snow made in Bombing County. That if Mr. President, if you make Bombing County happy, Bombing County will make you happy. So you know what? Kill him first, politically. Kill him politically. Take him out of the way. So the Western region, they are trying for the Western region to go on fire so the people will uprise against the government, the senator. We should stop that. I rest. I don't know who's second. Dr. Richard said you can see you now.
Tourmaline, do you have a comment, a question? Just to be fair enough, I know Mr. Fagan would like to respond, but do you have a question, a comment about this issue about Western Cluster that we're talking about?
Well, good afternoon, everyone, and and happy to be back on the show. Just want to say on the issue of the Western Cluster, uh, we are concerned about the situation in bombing with the concession agreement, and but over the last 24 hours, I received several information on this on this deal, on this agreement. I received tons of information on it, and with also recordings and so forth, which I'm presently trying to peruse and to look, because I've been one of those who very critical on it, and I'm still critical on it. So I was told to look at these documents, and then until I can come back tomorrow and give a better response to it, I will just continue to look at these documents and then respond, because I want to be taken very seriously. I don't want to be taken as though that I'm just talking from out of ignorance. So let me go through this document. I receive recordings and so forth. And after that, I will definitely respond tomorrow appropriately on this document, what I received. So for now, I will pass on and let Peabody chime in.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Peabody.
Well, if you received the document, I haven't received that yet. But let me say here today that I'm listening to interview with Senator Snow on the OKFM, and he talk about the deal. He was trying to get his people a deal for them and all of that. And one thing he talked about in the interview was that if the deal is not good, they are willing to either go forward to stop this deal or to change this deal. So, what my question for my friend Annabelle Eugene Fagal is what do you think is the way forward? Do you think amending this deal to benefit the people of Bomi will work, or do you think the deal should be shut down? What do you think?
Well, I think we should stop, Dr. Peabody. Fine question, beautiful question. But I think we should stop going around in circle. The only person that thinks that this deal is fine is Kev Hassan. Because he didn't know, if you listen to the interview, acknowledge there's some issues. So there's only one man now.
Exactly, so he did.
And he's not in the country. He's where Jeremiah said sitting now. He said the deal fine. The progenitor, the originator, the man who gave birth to the deal says there are some issues with it. And he has heard his people talk about the issues. So again, you and I sat on this platform. We read where the MOU says there is no other agreement. And it's only an MOU, which is a memorandum of understanding. We don't run our country on understanding. Brother, we run our country on laws. Secondly, you saw clear vis-a-vis. Snow said there is no way a memorandum can supersede a law. But number 6 says what? So while we're going around in circles, the way forward is simple. Snow, you and the people who brokered this deal, your ticket and send it back to where you brought it from. Revert to the MDA with immediate effect. If you look at the MOU, Stanton has a copy. It is clear in the MOU that the MDA has not been rectified since Western Cluster bought it. Do I need to show you proof, Stanton? No. You saw it. When Snow went on today, he said they put the MOU aside and they're now looking at the MDA. How you look at MDA that has not been rectified? Why are you hauling iron ore on an MOU instead of an MDA that you lied on today again? And if you go to the MDA, will our people be employees or daily labor? There's so many things wrong. Trash the MOU with immediate effect. Revert to the MDA. Suspend operations for the next 30 days until a deal can be reached with the citizens of Ketman, Bapolu, and Bomi participating and being part of the negotiations. Anything to the contrary, the battle will continue fiercely until we get what our people deserves, which is justice.
Mr. Falcon, there's another, my second question. There's another thing that was raised today by Senator Snow. He talks about this part of the deal being outsourced to foreign company. You have Ghanaians that are working there. They have been giving contracts to on demand and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. What about the citizen of Bomi? Don't you think Bomi have citizens that could do this work? Why are you bringing in foreigners to do this contract when people? I'm more concerned about the citizen of Bomi. It's like you have the soil. Somebody come and grow food. You want to smell the food, but you can't eat the food. You see what I'm saying? Every day you smell the food, but you can't taste the food. So what I'm saying here is, why is it that you have foreigners that are working there and the poor people of Bomi are not benefiting from this?
Okay. First of all, let me tell Stanton, go to page 1 of 6, number 2, and read the bottom there. That I want Stanton to do that on his own time of the statement I made concerning the non-ratification. Page 1 of 6, number 2, the bottom. Now, Snow said today, me and you listen to the same thing, that yes, I agree, the majority of the jobs have been outsourced to foreign companies. That's no talking. You heard him, I heard him. So we don't need to fight. Kev said, Bidel hired more than 250 people. That's what Kev said. His friend Bidel called him.
I didn't say that. I never. I said over 100, not 250.
That today you say it. The last time
No,
we all heard
I
you
never
here.
said that. No.
I will go to the tape. Sorry. You win until I bring it.
You see, that's...
No, I'm talking.
Let Eugene finish, Kev.
I will
Let
finish,
Eugene
Kev. That's why I
Eugene
say you
finish,
got that.
please.
Sorry. My own job that to go to the tape and cut it and bring it. And now your job again. I got to prove it. So when we came back, I said, if Bidel hired 250 people and I own a trucking company, the HR said he hired 250 something people. Today, Snow said, Peabody, 208. You see the numbers, how they're conflicting? But the HR said the people on probation. How long have the people been working up the mines? For over 8 months now. Now, if you, all 3 points to outsourcing the job, you won't tell me Bomi can't afford carbon, which is the other word for conductor. Carbon on truck. Bomi not get it. Truck driver. Bomi not get it. Let's start playing with people. Let's start playing. But we are here and we'll be treated fairly. And President Weah will tell his friends to treat us fairly.
Mr. Fagon, is there anyone else needed to come in on this round of question? Or everybody asks, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So let me ask you on this Western cluster. We are not taking you on tonight as a guest, but we are having a frank conversation on Western cluster. It's troubling. Tomorrow, Maurice Tutuma and the rest of the legislative caucus will be meeting with the folks in Bombing at the multi-purpose building. We announced that yesterday. They will be discussing Western cluster. But yeah, you on the other side of the river, the ocean, involving the American. I'm going back to this question, Mr. Fagon. What you want the American to do? Now you're going to present them with all of your evidence and facts and reason why you have asked to meet them. You want the American to bring sanction? You want the American to ask the Liberian government to say, well, cancel the Western cluster, a constitutional government? You want the American to call President George Manuel Weah into action that this deal is a bad deal? What you want the American government through the State Department, the Treasury Department, the Congressman office, what you asking them, what you want them to do. Now, you say what you're going to present to them, what you're looking for, but what you want them to do. What should be America's position when it comes to bombing?
I wish you had asked Edwin Mervyn Snow the thing we're talking now are nonsense. Because you've been to every radio station, every newspaper, analyst, front page, everywhere. the thing we talk on spoon, the case that you yourself brought, you told us that nonsense. Is it nonsense? We saw the people meeting. You're meeting again tomorrow. Labor minister all involved. Everybody moving out. I wish you were asked no. The thing we're talking about are nonsense. So clearly, it does make sense. Let the Americans take on their own interests. Anywhere you see economic crimes against a people, and the American government is having to spend taxpayers' money with people or for people who are stealing the people money, it's a threat to the national security. The ambassador said that, not me. So, if Snow does not think that the citizens are just in calling for the squashing of the MOU, I believe the Americans will think otherwise. I want the Americans to do what they always do, and that is the right thing.
That's my second question. Are you saying that the NDA was never ever ratified?
The first time it was ratified, if you read that part, number one was in 2011, right?
Correct.
Then if you look at number two, they said Western Cluster bought 49% from El Nito. Look how it good. You will see at the bottom they say, however, it has not been rectified by the legislature. So this deed are not rectified.
So let's get something straight. Let's get something straight from my end now. So it was ratified 2011. But after some changes, you are saying it needed to be ratified again?
Now I'm saying that I'll give you reference. Page 1 of 6, number 2, please read the bottom. And I'm saying it. That the MOU saying it. Don't put it on me, state, I'm begging you. I know I quit to put so close and put it on people. So read it now, so you can know who's saying it. Look at the way you look at me.
I'm waiting for you to speak on it because I'm going to ask you something. I have it in front of me. I just want our folks to understand because I want you to tell me whether it needed to be ratified again.
Yes, now, if you look at it, number 1 tells you that the deal on August 3rd, 2011.
Correct.
Right? After number 1. At the bottom of that number 1, the agreement was there after August 10th. Now, you reading it? Ratified by the legislature. That's number 1 of the Republic of Liberia. Number 2 now, it starts with subsequent to the ratification. Then it explains to you in number 2 that Western Cluster bought the 49% for El Nito. What does it say at the bottom of that one? That deal is yet to be rectified by the legislature.
So for the sake of our audience, Fagon, help us. Most people do not follow the legislative language, right? So help us here. After it was ratified on the 3rd, 2011 of August, we are now saying that when it was bought, it needed to go back again for second ratification.
Yes, because now you now buy it now, you get your own thing to juke inside. Like how they now juke all kind of nyama thing in the MOU. So when you juke it inside, they will modify it, amend it, and rectify it. But if you look at the MOU, Justice Minister makes it clear it was never rectified. That means saying they read it to the people.
No, that's not you saying it, but so that's your argument.
But why you be taking people iron ore? And you even get agreement. Then the MOU you use said there is no other agreement except for the MOU. In fact, you taking our mineral. Then you say the MOU supersedes the MDA. Hey man, stop man, y'all stop.
Guys, you have any question? Because this is very important about the ratification that Rich is saying. If what Minister Fagon is saying is true,
Now, if you get it in front of you.
No, but I'm asking my question now. Let me take this call. Dr. Richardson, go ahead.
So, I would like to make sense of anyone who is thinking that your effort to fight against corruption in bombing, specifically your effort to understand where is this $5 million that was promised to the people of bombing Cape Mount and Bobolu, that supposedly the government is holding on to, would attribute your fight to the fact that you do not want CDC to win in bombing because uh, the president alluded to, if bombing vote for me, I will always be supportive of bombing, and I'm not quoting this directly. So how do you make sense of those two explanations?
Madam.
Yes, sir.
If a disciple that I recruited and gave a first set of uniform to, and his last set of uniform, a blue beret, a red beret, and hold it and held his hand and brought him to the CDC as my baby, can look at me and tell me, say, you now want for CDC to win. He expect me to respond to that person. Where was Edwin Snow and that person when I used to wake up 4 a.m. in the morning to get on the radio 5 o'clock for 3 hours with Robert Hines, fighting for my CDC to win? Where were they? Where were they when I get on Facts versus Fiction, 12 midday year in America for the American people? Where were they? Where were they when 7 o'clock in the evening I had to broadcast for the Asian audience? Where were they? Where were they? Then he look at me today, he say, I don't want CDC to win. You sedition? You know about CDC? Who brought you here? Being president friend does not make you sedition. Snow that John CDC? Snow that John CDC? It's not a sedition. Every day Snow say he supports the president. But Snow got one vote. And that's what people need to understand. There are people like us, maybe in our grave, seditions will honor us because we are battle tested and we fought for the revolution. We gave our life, sweat, and blood. We were chased. We sacrificed everything we worked for the Coalition for Democratic Change. And when we were ministers, we were ill-treated. We were even jailed, suspended, and dismissed. But we did not walk away from the CDC. When there was 19 billion, we fought. When there was the case, mop up, 25 million, we fought. June 7, January 6, we fought. I don't pay attention to small soil. So that's it.
So, thank you. My next question is, if you were in close proximity with the president and you were still advocating for the government, and you saw that there were $5 million that is being in question for the people of Bomi, Kipma, and Bobodu. At the political development stage that you are in now, would you still be advocating for the people of those counties, or would you be advocating for your proximity to the government?
That is exactly why they didn't let me go with the president. Brother, sister, because the first thing I would have told the president, Chief, you got to use this deal to be famous. I'm not going to lie. You got to use this deal to be famous. Cancel it. It doesn't suit the people. The second thing, I would say, Chief, read the agreement. It said Western Custom will pay to the government. It didn't say to Bumi. Don't let snow destroy you. That's not one thing he's talking. But the document says otherwise. Now, tell them after the renegotiation that steps will be taken to help the 3 counties. But Mr. President, you can't let snow say you don't have empathy for the people of Bumi, Cape Mount, and Bapulu. That some of those 3 counties stupid. That they don't know what they want. Cancel that deal. Send the parties back to the negotiating table. That's what I would have said to the president if I was to be privileged to be within that proximity, the proximity of the president.
Thank you. I think, Stanton?
Yes, Minister Fagon, that this is getting, I want to openly say that, let me announce, if we can openly send an invite, we'll be reaching out to Landmines and Energy Minister and also NRC boss, inviting them to the program to speak about Western Cluster. It has reached to a place that I think the Liberian people need to know that wish is right, and I hope Gray and the Landmines and Energy Minister can accept our open invitation. I will try to call them. I will try to invite them, that we can have a more detailed conversation on what's happening. Minister Fagon, do you have the MOU with you? I believe you do. Is there anything on the MOU talking about the second ratification? You are muted, Minister Fagon.
Did I not tell you about number 2?
Yes. That's why I'm going back.
Of 6.
You guys have the MOU. James, can you post the MOU up? I believe everyone in this on this show tonight have the MOU. James, can you please put up the MOU? Let's just read what Fagon's pointing to. We'll be inviting Director Gray and Minister Gracely Maury to join us, that we can discuss on this issue. Please put the MOU up, James. That we can if it's up, Minister Fagon, read for the audience, please.
Mm-hmm.
Your argument on the second ratification, the ratification on. I'm sorry, something. Go ahead, Minister Fagon.
Number 2. Subsequent to the ratification of the agreement, Elenito Minerals Mining LLC, which owed 49% of the equity of the company, which owned OWNED, 49% of the equity of the company, with the approval of the government, sold its aforesaid 49% of the equity of the company, which resulted in an amendment to the agreement on 5th July 2013. However, the said amendment is yet to be rectified by the legislature of the Republic of Liberia. Unquote.
Can we read number 1?
Let somebody read it. Number 1 can be reading.
There is one notebook.
No, you read number 1. And I read number 2.
Number 2 was your argument.
Yes.
Okay. let me read number one and let's just understand whether this will help us. The company, its parent company, and affiliated companies enter into a mineral development agreement on August 3rd, 2011. Year in after, referred to as the agreement for the iron ore deposit of the Bombing Hills mines, Mano River Congo mines, and the B Mountains mines, situated in Bombing County and Grand Cape Mount County. The agreement was thereafter ratified by the legislature of the Republic of Liberia.
August 3rd, 2011.
Now, that's the August 3rd ratification.
Good.
Your argument, the July 5th, 2013, that is not yet been ratified. That's your argument. Folks.
That was the amendment.
That was the second amendment.
Excellent.
Correct? So now, I want our folks to understand us in a very simple way, because we are talking about two agreements. One was okayed, it was done, and that was the August 2011. The second one, July, is yet to be ratified, but our MOU came in thereafter.
No, wait. Wait. The first one was in 2011.
Yes.
Now, Elenito now
sold it.
Sold to Western Cluster.
Yep.
Western Cluster came in with plenty nyama nyama. So now it was never rectified. You see? Their own was never rectified. They're the one holding our iron ore.
So let me ask you. So thereafter, here comes MOU.
Yeah.
MOU came into place, and the MOU said, this MOU shall supersede
the MDA.
Which MDA? The July 5th, 2013 MDA. Correct?
Yes. Go look at my hand. Go punish them.
Before
How do you make an MOU?
Before I bring in Shadrach,
how do you make an MOU about something that is not rectified?
So the argument the folks are making is say, well, it was ratified 2011.
Now 2011.
But then your argument, you came up with a new company or new owner.
Yes.
So why couldn't you ratify the second agreement?
Bingo. That you again. That how you open the library then when Paul can you want then all kind of question.
No, but we got to be very, very careful, because people lives are on the line, people repetition on the line.
Yes.
And folks, we are not trying to destroy anyone, but this is huge. I was actually disagreeing with you, Minister Fagon, to tell you the truth. I was.
You read it?
Because we now understand, Liberia understand, Bobby people understand, they have two agreements now. The first one, they got to collect the MA. How much it was sold for? Just for the people understanding. That 2011 agreement, how much was it sold for? Between 90 to 120 million.
Yeah.
The MA.
120.
It was Elenito.
Let me ask you something.
Let me finish with this, Kev. You're coming in. Let me elaborate on this. All right. So it was sold for that amount. Elenito grabbed the money without doing jack. Without doing jack, though.
Then Western Cluster King said, "Sell it to me."
No. Beside that, so this something is creeping in my big head.
Oh.
And so Elenito, they came together. They grabbed the quick cash, millions of dollars on the back of Liberians. They sold it to Western Cluster. But they didn't do anything.
No.
Wow. Wow.
No, they didn't do nothing.
So the people just put pen on paper.
That's it.
They wrote few things here and there, pass it, and they walk away with almost 120 million United States dollars.
Yes, sir.
So then here comes Western Cluster spending 294 million dollars, and now they want the money back. Kev has some comment.
Well, in the MOU, I saw saying something state that the company is a parent company of the affiliated company, right? So this new company should be the first company is the parent company of the second company they're talking about, right?
So who say Parker says something to son?
Oh, so that person.
It don't matter. If you sell
but
something, you sell it.
It's a parent company. So
I don't care.
so
It
basically so basically the 2011 still carry on.
They got nothing to do with that.
The investigation because it's a
Let me help you, Kev.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Hold on. Which number are you reading from?
Number 1.
You reading number 1 or you reading number 2?
It said 1.
That number 1.
Okay. So let me ask you, Kev. Number 1, which company, when they said their company, which company were they referring to?
I think the first company.
What's the name of the first company? When it said their company, which company?
That's I'm trying to printer to read it. My printer is going off. I'm trying because it's too small.
Man, let's continue. Please, I beg you.
No, we got
to stick to that. I can see it clear. That's what I'm saying. I need to print it.
Wait, when you see it clear, then we'll come back.
No, CO, don't do that.
But what do you want me to do? Yeah.
Don't do that. We need to look at this.
It's on your phone. Just make it bigger on your phone. Zoom in on it.
I'm trying to make it big.
Turn your phone like this and make it bigger.
No, it's not going to iPhone. It's not going. Look at it. See it?
It's the same thing. You can turn it. So
it's not iPhone. You get it. You see it? It's not turning. Look at it. It's not turning.
There's something there that you can tap and your phone screen.
No, it's not turning. Seriously, I
can't help you on that one. They said the company. I was just asking which company they were referring to.
I think they're talking about the original company. The Vendetta or what's the name of it? Vendetta. That's what.
Make a point.
The Vendetta they are talking about, but I feel that they're talking about there's no two company. I think they're talking about a parent company. You see, I wish I can print it out to actually look at it, because you see the parent company affiliated companies enter into mineral development agreement on August 3rd, 2011. You see, referred to as in agreement for the iron ore deposit in Bumi Mines Mineral Company. Oh my goodness, I need to print it.
We'll wait for you, Kev. When you print it, you bring it back in with turbo.
My printer slow right here. Seriously, we need to look at that. We need to look at that one.
I'm not going to waste my time on it. You got to read it. If you read it, I brought my own. I read it. If I go borrow his own, he read it. We'll wait for you to
but still, if I can see, I can see. If somebody can see it,
but you can see it, then why you wasting our time?
But you can see
it. Can you see it? No, see it.
I can see it. Then you want to waste our time.
Yeah. Here's the thing. You cannot see it. You got glasses on. I cannot see it. That's your argument. I'm not going to help you in the court of law.
Can you see it?
I said, my man, take out your glasses. Don't waste our time. You are nearsighted. Take out your glasses and read the tea.
No, I can see it. Seriously, I can see it. Can you see it?
Take out your glasses. You will see. Take it off.
That's Richardson, you can't see it either. That's Richardson, you can't see it.
But again, you know something. I
the man got glasses. You can see it. You put glasses on. You can see it.
So I have a question, though. I have a question. So Kev, and anybody can help you understand. So when a parent company, when a parent company sells,
it's not that.
It seems like I'm in an island.
Somebody can
No,
you read it?
it seems like I'm in an island.
Even
It
your
seems like
printer said no, Kev. I'm not working.
no, it's not that. It seems like I'm in the island.
I heard your printer say, Kev, I'm not working for the
Man,
company.
you get a You just get a mention hit please.
So I have a question. And you guys,
That's a Richardson wait, I beg you. Please let Kev finish. I gotta protect Kev. Kev, go ahead.
I said, no way.
I don't think you protecting me because I think I'm in an island, and you know how bad my eyesight. Fago, you know that. You know how bad my eyesight is.
I heard your printer
you said no, you can't read it, and you know that would be very important. I wish my printer would be on. I wish my printer would be on. So,
Kev, can I make a suggestion? Kev, can I make a suggestion to you?
No, stop asking me and making
Kev,
it.
can I make a suggestion?
Come on, man.
Can I make a suggestion, Kev?
No, it's okay, man. It's
can I make a suggestion to you?
Look, see, sometimes the treatment can be so telling that I'm in an island, my man.
Yeah, you're not buried, man. Move from here, man. Don't care about your island. You're not buried, man.
If I can't see it,
I'm saying you're not buried.
This how show, man. This is not a viewing business. This is man. This is business.
Who asked you not to
print things?
Printing everything. Why you can't print this one? Go buy a new printer. Go to Walmart. Go to Walmart. Buy a new printer.
My printer. You see my printer? You see the way it's buffing?
Go get a new printer. Go get a new printer. That we supposed to for you.
You see my printer?
Ask a question, yeah. You cry too much.
I just wanted to ask a rhetorical question, and maybe someone can share some light on this. And it's about if a parent company sells its subsidiary to another company, maybe a son company or whatever, and there were changes made in the original agreement. Does it mean that the original agreement does not need to be ratified by the legislature?
But if you read number 2, there's a reason why they included the paragraph in number 2. You know, I don't like I can go up and come down. They are saying in the paragraph, for me, thank God, if I bring it closer, I can read better. They are saying in the paragraph in number 2, however, Dr. Richardson, however, in the last line, the said amendment is yet to be ratified by the legislature of the Republic of Liberia.
Stephanie?
So if for any reason within this agreement, this document, this line were included, it based on the fact that it needed to be ratified. So
thank you very much.
Did they ratify it? And I hope, listen, Snow can come and answer. I hope we can have the NRC boss to come answer. I hope we can have the Lands, Mines, and Energy minister to answer, because this is a telling question. The people of Bombay, the Liberian people want to know whether, you know what? It can be any senator. Let's go back and ask them. But we had Sandro Johnson on last night. He said, no, it wasn't. It didn't. Let me bring in Shadrach, Destiny Brown. Again, welcome to the Spoon Talk, Shadrach. Can you unmute, please, and let's talk? What are you hearing?
Thank you, CEO, and let me say good evening to your panelists. It's good to be back here for the second time to inform our people as to the day-to-day happenings about Western Cluster with that of the citizens of Bombay and the Western region. Basically, what is unfolding about this MOU and the MDA, there are a lot of contradictions. In the first place, let me make this clear. My appearance on this platform today is to discuss issues, not personalities, because we are discussing the issues in the best interest of the people of Western Liberia and Liberia at large. So, MOU versus the MDA. The August 3rd, 2011 MDA that was being signed between the government of Liberia and El Nito and Vendetta. Later on, El Nito and Vendetta sold this company to Western Cluster, July the 5th, 2013. But before selling this company, the MDA by then under El Nito and Vendetta was being ratified. But after it was being bought by another company, as per our laws, there should be a ratification. It's like the case of Mano Oil Palm Company when Saint Dabi left, Mano took over. There was a ratification at the legislature. So the July 5th, 2013 Western Cluster Agreement has not been ratified as far as we are concerned, because it has not been ratified. So the August 2011 MDA is still in existence until the legislature can ratify the July 5th, 2013 Western Cluster Agreement. Now, the MOU, there are constitutional breaches within this MOU. CEO and your panelists. Article 34D1 of the Liberian Constitution. And let me summarize what it says. It says, all financial instruments should originate from the House of Representatives and be sent to the Liberian Senate for concurrence. Was this MOU? And the MOU is, you know, every concession company, let me make it clear, every concession company within Liberia, their MDA are financial instruments. Get it clear. Their MDA are financial instruments. So, this MOU was never being ratified, it was never being passed by the legislature. And whenever the House of Representatives ratify an agreement, the signatures of the chief clerk and the speaker will be placed on that ratified agreement to be sent to the House, to the Liberian Senate for ratifications. After it has been concorded with, then the Vice President and the Secretary of the Senate will affix their signature with it with a cover letter to be sent to the
Shedrack, oh man, his internet went off. I'm just trying to make sure that what's going on with Western Cluster tomorrow in that meeting, and I hope we can have him back. Dr. Richardson, Kev Hassan, St. and George, Dr. Peabody, something just not right about this Western Cluster, and I hope we can have this guy, because December 27, 2012, President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf has been advised by prominent Liberian politician Dr. Tuba Natipote and economist Sam Jackson not to award the Western Cluster to El Nito because the company lacked the credential and experience to operate one of Liberia's last mining sites. That was that. We're also going to say that at the end of the day, also, most recently, Sam Jackson was very, very strong, saying that this is bad, this is bad, this is bad. We saw this company was kicked out of Zambia. Thank you, James. This company was kicked out of Zambia just a few weeks ago. This new company that Rich is saying, they kicked them out of Zambia for similar practices. I hope, let's try to wrap on this because we should be going to the phone line. And I hope that this thing can be observed accordingly. We'll be all looking at the meeting tomorrow, keeping our ears, and turn to St. and George while he's smiling. He got a beautiful text and he's smiling. Georgie, you want to come in first?
Well, yeah, the chairman Ben making me laugh, man.
I know he think I did it, right? I didn't do it.
No, he said LeBron need Jesus.
I'm not going to blame God for Liberia because God tired.
He said, God. But anyways, no. Tomorrow, let's see what happens. I think let's see what happens. We can take a break on it today and see what happens with this meeting tomorrow. Then we'll listen to the citizen meeting with the people. Tomorrow we'll come back after that meeting. I think as Ali, I mean, because because tomorrow we'll hear everything tomorrow. I heard that everything will come out tomorrow. So let's hear tomorrow what happens. Then we can come back. Maybe we'll go.
Okay,
We'll talk about the other training issues then.
So, Shadrach, we understand what's going on here. Just tell us your expectation tomorrow. Because they're having the town hall
Tomorrow,
meeting.
my expectation is that the caucus of the county should adhere to the 10 counts made by the citizens of Bomi County. One, the cancellation of the MOU, and that the 2011 concession MDA should take immediate effect. That is our key point, the cancellation of the MOU. Because the MOU is not in the interest of the people.
And I know you'll be following on us on that program tomorrow. We'll have you back if you can for us to talk about some of the issues that will be discussed. I know your ears and everything is open. You are listening in bombing. Let me squeeze you a little bit though. What do you make about your father saying this company, Western Cluster, have hired over 200 plus Liberian?
Now, like I told you from my intro, CEO, our being here is to discuss the issues and not personalities.
Is it true that
the issue of, yes, I'm coming now.
Western Cluster hire over 200 plus Liberian?
Now, this is the issue. The issue I am addressing as the HR of the company, not my father.
Okay.
On this platform. Thank you. The issue about the pronouncement being made by the HR, the first thing I can tell you that is far from the reality. There are people that have been hired. They are daily hired. They are not employees. And I challenge the company to show copy of employment letter being issued to the people. These people are daily hires. You get about 36 Ghanaians, 36 foreigners.
So you are challenging the HR to show proof?
I am challenging the management.
But that's the HR that said it though. Are you challenging the HR to show proof? There he goes. The internet is giving Shadrach some issues today. Dr. P-Valley, go ahead, talk to us. We're going to have them back and we're going to go to the phone line.
Yeah, one of the things I was thinking on is I want the people to meet because here's the conflicting thing. I understand all the people, the senators, the town chief, they all met. They agreed on this thing. Then they come out again. So I want to give them the benefit of the doubt. What did you guys agree upon? What did it tell you about the whole benefit? So I want to see what discussion they have tomorrow. Okay? Because I understand all of them met, all of them said, and stuff like that. But yes, you're talking about my concern on the whole deal is Ghanaians should not be having that kind of opportunity to work in the mines and things, except you don't have Liberians to do the job. That is my only concern. I want the people of Liberia or the poor of Bomi to benefit because Ghanaian will not do this to Liberia. You got 36 Liberian working at a company in Ghana, they will kill you overnight. When they finish with you overnight, you didn't have the opportunity. I never saw that. They will kill you overnight. If you have 36 Liberian working for a business in Ghana, they will remove you, they will attack you to do things. They should not be working unless you don't have Liberian to do the work. I'm sure Shetra will agree with me.
Shetra,
okay.
Wrap up with your comment. We got to go to the phone line, so just conclude.
Okay. Shetra. So like I was saying, 36 Ghanaians and Guineans have been employed by the company because they have been hired. Western Cluster hired another company, and those company, that Ghanaian company, brought in their own people. But this is the logic. The people that are trucking, the company that is trucking the oils, they brought their vehicles and they brought their driver and conductor with them. So that figure about 108 persons have been employed from Bombay County, I challenge it. The number of people that have been employed or that have been hired from Bombay County, they are not even 15 in numbers. There's an open challenge to the company. There's an open challenge to our caucus, those that are appearing on radio stations, that the company has employed 108 Bombay County citizens. There's an open challenge that information is far from the truth. Not more than 15 persons from Bombay has been employed.
Thank you. Thank you, Sheldrak. And we'll have you tomorrow as we discuss more on Western Cluster. We want to say thank you for all the updates, and we appreciate your time. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, CEO, and thanks to your panelists.
You're welcome. Minister Fagon, they are meeting tomorrow. The meeting under the town hall tomorrow, Minister. Before we go to the phone line, a lot of folks are troubled that you now, I don't know why they call you a whistleblower, because you are not, but they are troubled that you meeting folks in Washington, D.C. to complain about this Western Cluster deal. What else are you complaining on? Because now you're like, folks are saying it's a terrible road to walk. After Western Cluster, what else? You are muted, Fago. You are muted.
What do you mean when you say after Western Cluster, what next?
I don't know. They're asking me, and I'm asking you, brother.
After Western Cluster, the next problem. You know what that is?
What?
Asila meter. 15 years in the country.
So you're on a mission.
Because our resources have not benefited us. So let you and I debate now. You take the side of our resources have benefited us. I'm taking the side of our resources have not benefited us. We will always win. You know why? Because that is the truth. Asila Meter now is asking for another 25 years. I gave you 15 years, sister, and I'm calling her sister. What you did with the 15 I gave you to go to the market, what you did with it? I see Jack, Peabody can say. Then you come by and give you 25 more years. And then our people, as I speak to you, are on the verge of signing that other agreement. 15 years. You promised to hire thousands of people. You ain't even hired 250. You promised to build school. You build nothing. Hospital, you build it. Market, you build it. You come by and say we should give 25 years. That's a different issue. On the issue of Bomi, Snow said we're talking nonsense. And that hurt. Because I was born in Bomi. My mother was born in Bomi. My father is well known he was born in Bomi. But Snow and Kev were talking that my parents were not born in Bomi. And they themselves were not born in Bomi. So they need to leave us alone. They need to leave us alone. Because we saw what LNC took. And people laugh at us. Then Western Cluster took can. And people will laugh at us again. It's not going to happen. So tonight, maybe Snow will text me again. I will text him back.
Did you share Snow text?
What?
Did you share his text? Did you show his text to anyone?
No.
Not even to Kev?
Now the last message I will show Kev Snow text too. Because he already got it.
All right.
So I am saying, tonight I go to bed. I wake up tomorrow. The citizens call me and say, Fagon, Dangum, Fagon Dangi, Mini Life, we're facing it now. I will relax. Other than that, the battle will continue. Thank God. You, CEO, were ready for me now. As soon as you saw it, you yourself say, oh, a problem here. You're taking people mini raw and you get no agreement. MOU for millions of dollars. And the legislature don't know about it. Where are we? Then Snow come on a platform and say we're talking nonsense. About your way, I can say we take it non from there. Now we're talking sense. And that's where we are.
Thank you very much, Minister Fago. It is important for us to know that we can only give you the information. The Liberian people will decide. You are on a mission. Someone from ArcelorMittal saying that ArcelorMittal currently has in its employ and contract over 3,000 Liberians. They have been the largest taxpayer in Liberia for several years now. They just heard what you say. This is another permanent person that I have spoken to from ArcelorMittal, so they're ready to take that debate. They know you are in Washington, D.C. They know you're going to bring ArcelorMittal up, but they're ready to debate you because they are saying currently ArcelorMittal has in its employ.
Do us a favor.
Let me finish, Minister. Over 3,000 Liberians, they have been the largest taxpayer in Liberia for several years now. As our resources not benefiting us because concessionaires not paying their dues or because monies given to our authorities are not allocating those resources properly. They are asking you this question. They will come on. You guys can speak on due time, but they are saying that it is in this conversation they want to take you on, because the thing when it comes to ArcelorMittal, it's not about ArcelorMittal, but it's about the government. That's their argument.
Let me respond. Firstly, tell the person I'll be ready any day. Now, just a point of information and education. ArcelorMittal subcontracted companies, the companies that do the trucking, the companies that do the roads, the companies, when you subcontract companies, you are indirectly hiring people, not directly. ArcelorMittal, he shouldn't hold a conversation with me, man. I'll beat him beyond repair.
They are saying ArcelorMittal has paid over $300 million to the government of Liberia in payments since it started shipping iron ore in 2011. So yes, the question, is it about ArcelorMittal or is it about the Liberian government?
Let's go step by step.
No, we'll come there. It will be another conversation. We got to go.
The second one is man-made.
No.
ArcelorMittal paying the money.
Yeah,
the government not allowing it to reach the people. Which one is it? Now, what he asked, is it ArcelorMittal not paying or the paying and the money not reaching the people?
That's his question.
Yes, and let me answer his question. In the NDA, with the government, ArcelorMittal said they will build schools, hospitals, markets, construct roads. They're not government owned there. And you know what? Pause. Let me stick that person who calling you, because I know I was on the 6th floor of the executive mansion when ArcelorMittal made the case for the Yekepa to Ganta road that they had given the money. Don't quote me. Ask Jawia. You know what Jawia told him? He said, in this agreement, it said you will construct the road. It didn't say you will give people the money. Yeah, the agreement, yeah, your ticket. When they look at it, that's exactly what the agreement said. That's why you see the constructing that road today. But they get the money and they ate the money.
But who the people that ate the money?
Your United Party friend here.
They are saying that they are paying over $50 million to the Liberian government for its host community, Nimba, Grand Bassa, and Bon.
Which one of the governments?
Go and ask the government and the folks in Bon. But guys, we got to move on. Our ArcelorMittal conversation will be so interesting having Fagon and this individual on to make the case. And we hope
when you can't even tell me which government get out $50 million to.
And we hope we can have another day
I hope Kev Printer working out time so he can face Kev.
Which road you say the government of Liberia said they should build? Which road?
Yekepa to Ganta.
It's not part of the Asala Mittal Agreement or MDA.
My brother, they were there. So ask them what they did with the Yekepa to Ganta road.
They are saying it's not part of the Yekepa to Ganta road. It's not part of the MDA.
Let me supply you a copy of the MDA.
We're gonna have a Salamita conversation, folks. We gotta go. Let me say this. Listen, you, Jane. Listen, you've been extra strong on the show. You're visiting Washington D.C., in Maryland, whatever you are. Seriously, I'm careful for you with a 12G because these are the things that happen in our country, and you see sanction today on some individuals. You see restriction on government. These are the things, once you reveal the information you have, you meet congressmen and women, you speak to them, you meet members of the State Department, the Treasury Department. Now you have opened up Pandora bags. To close it would be very, very difficult. So I hope we tread carefully, because this too shall bring another Wahala. And I hope we all as Liberian, we can be vigilant and speak in the interest of our people. Let's move on before going to the phone line. Let's switch. There was a press statement came out today from Unity Party. You want to talk to us, St. Tomalin George, please?
I know there was news floating around that the former vice president was in the hospital, and speculation began. So the Unity Party, the office of the former vice president, decided to issue a press release. And the press release, I think by now everybody knows as the end. So the office of the former vice president, Senator of the Unity Party, wishes to inform the public that Ambassador Boga is now feeling better at a local hospital and expected to be discharged soon. We're taking our partisans and well wishes for their concerns. I want to just say we want to keep the vice president in our thoughts and our prayers and wish him well and pray that he bounce back on his feet and continue what he's doing as he seeks the presidency of the country. Wish all those running to good health and best wishes. And also, Mr. Twe arrived today in the country.
Thank you. We're not talking about Mr. Twe, yes, please. Definitely with the former vice president, please.
Okay,
I beg you to do this, but let's stick on the conversation.
Yeah, the former vice president wishing best wishes and Godspeed.
Yeah. Let's just go around table, then we'll come back with the Minister Twe coming back to the country. Yeah. Dr. Richardson, the former vice president, the information is out there. The former vice president, the standard bearer of Unity Party, His Excellency Joseph Yimabwaka Sr. Check himself into the local ELW hospital Sunday, January 8th, 2023, for a precautionary health reason when he felt a bit under the weather. The office of the former vice president and standard bearer of the Unity Party wishes to inform the public that the ambassador, Jose Yimabwaka, is now feeling better at the local hospital and is expected to be discharged soon. We thank our partisans and well wishers for their concern. Your thought, Dr. Richardson.
Consistent with what Tamalin said, I would like to take this time to wish the former vice president, well. I in keeping his family in my prayer, and that's all we can say at this moment when he's not feeling at his greatest.
Thank you, Dr. Peabody.
I'm praying for Vice President Boaka. I'm praying for his family, and my prayers and thoughts and best wishes are with him. Thank you.
Kev Hassan.
When I heard it today, my first thing I did, I prayed for him, and I know he will.
You pray for him?
He will bounce back, and I know that he will be strong because he's a state man. He's an honorable man. We're looking forward to him running in this race. We will always pray for him because he's our former vice president. May God continue to give him strength.
Thank you, Kev. Thank you. Eugene?
Well, I wish the VP, former VP, Vice President Joseph Newman Boakai, speedy recovery. I want him to know that we're praying for him. And I want him to know that specifically that God is in control and that he will remember this voice from the Bible, that by his stripes we are healed. And he will be healed in Jesus' name.
First Peter.
You said what?
If I go to the Bible, by his stripes we are healed. It's a strong word from the biblical book.
Yeah, we're all healed. God bless. God bless, man.
So I was out of Fagon, right? And I like the Bible verse that say by his stripes we are healed. But I'm so, taken back, and I'm happy that my brother kept on saying that when he heard the news today, he prayed for the former VP. But we can announce the VP is okay. The VP is strong. He felt under the weather, and he wanted to check himself in. That's the right thing to do. But he's fine. He's talking. He's on the cell phone. He getting information. Family members around. He's doing pretty good. Information I receive, and then he should be leaving the hospital. But one thing that amazed me, St. Thomas and George, he went to a local hospital. Trust me, this VP have all resources to travel out of the country and go to Ghana. He should have said, you know what? I'm taking the next flight. Book my flight, let me go. But he went to the local hospital right next door. And now he's feeling better. To tell every Liberian that use your local community hospital and it will get better someday. So to add to my brother Fagon, you are right. And by his stripes, we are healed. The ultimate plan of God is our divine healing. By his stripes, we are healed. And my brother, Pastor Peabody says, First Peter. It's a good thing. So on behalf of the Spoon Network, we wish the former vice president will drive home safe. He's well, he's okay. And he's driving home. He will be home. But also, the former vice president have a lot of plans coming up. What I heard today, he's engaging, he will be hitting the road, engaging folks. While we talk about the former vice president, though, I also heard that he have narrowed his search to a few names. Quick, your thoughts, because we know he's here. We know he's okay. He's gonna just go back home and do his usual thing. He's strong. But your thought now, he have narrowed his search, but few names. I want to start with Fagon. We were looking at 11 names. Now it's down to 4. There were 11 names from all over. We can name them. Liberian people can go up and down. I was hearing 11 names. I heard Sarah Beslo Yanti. I heard everybody was talking about the Cummings, Tewa Gunglo, Jeremiah Coombe, Prince Moyi, Yombli Kanga Lawrence, Tewa Gunglo, I said, and Edith Gunglo, that lady, the one I won the press with, with Madam Seti, Nema Bowie. All of those names, 11 total. But he have come down and settled on only 4 to make that final ultimate one in a lifetime decision to select his vice running mate. Mr. Fagon, with 30 seconds, tell us your thoughts and the Ome selection. How powerful that selection must be.
Until I know, I reserve my comment. Because I also heard today that the Ome is considering me for vice president also.
Okay, on that book, we got to move on.
You bring your own talk. You don't want to know the number all. You tell all. You can pick for one more.
You said the Omen considering you? That's a joke. Peabody.
But why you bring your own number? Then you can't tell or they can't ask for.
Peabody. Omen, that's what Peabody say on by the strength we are here at Isaiah 53:5. Boy, it's not for Peter.
Maybe I made a mistake. I don't know. Maybe I don't remember all the text in my head. I don't know. You know. So it should be something 413. I don't know.
Peabody power different on that.
You
I know you come and ask Peabody which version is that? That King Kev version you see?
By his straps.
You see about
somebody, Josh. I saw it. I know what to say it.
No, you wanna Google it, Sandra. You wanna Google the Bible first. I was just trying to speak from my mind. I don't remember the text. You know,
right?
You wanna Google it. So
I saw it, man. But that's the pastor in the house. I know what to say. Anything.
You keep America as a pastor. You always joking about pastor or something. So let's talk. I mean, I don't remember Bible. I don't know all the Bible verse at the tip of my
No, but actually, it was also quoted in First Peter. You are right.
No, you make it
from the Old Testament, and it was quoted in First Peter.
No, you just found it out. First Peter 4:13. You just found it out.
It's just a joke, man. It's just a joke. Let's move on. I must mess with you and Timoni. That Timoni sent it to me, by the way. He said that's a little mistake.
No.
So,
I know.
He was joking, but it is the New Testament.
He said the pastor made a mistake. But it's also quoted in First Peter 2:24. That's someone saying it. Timoni, you're wrong. Be Pastor Peabody.
You want to do our quiz now, yeah? You're leader. Our quiz, forget it.
Still another big fun.
Let's talk about the VP. He's on his way home. He's feeling good, strong. But he have narrowed his search to 4 members, 4 permanent Liberians. Dr. Peabody, we don't know who they are, but how powerful would this VP selection be for the former vice president?
Well, I think for any candidate in the race, a VP will be the defining moment of an election. For any candidate, even who the VP selects will be the right person, will be the one that will really be able to move this whole election up a him and all of that. So, I wish them all the best. I can't comment father. I don't know the name, but I wish them all the best, who to select. But that will be the defining moment, That way people will say, yes, now we know where we are going. Now we know.
I actually there was a question of Dr. Peabody. We started the show before you guys came on. The question was posed to Senator Yomble Kangalorn. She said, if he asked me, I accept. You think she was too fast in speaking?
If he asked her?
That was her answer. She said, if the VP asked me, I would accept. Do you think Senator Lawrence was too fast in answering?
I don't think so. I think she was just being honest about herself. That who would that want to accept this? Then let's be realistic. If you were asked to be vice president of the day, what would you do? Would you say no? If they asked me to be vice president, I would be the first to accept it and say yes. What are you talking about? To be the second man running a whole country, that would be an honor. But I don't think she was being too fast. She would just. I mean, that's what she's been thinking, and that's her thought. And now, I don't think she was being fast. She was just being honest about what she thinks.
Thank you very much, Dr. Peabody. Senator Money George.
Well, politics, especially as we are pushing the crunch times in our politics, in our election. As soon as you think we'll finish, we'll be done with January. We'll be into February, and things are moving fast. Honestly, the year almost finished. We're almost done with 2023. Trust me, yes, so fast. I can't believe today is the 10th day of the year, and we are moving fast, and everything's going fast. And right now, with the ruling establishment having their own tabata, they're still trying to put a coalition to organize a coalition, and people seeing that there's a possibility that some of an opposition could be the next president. So everyone now the election is right now is about what they say too close to call. So We can't come up to them and say this person will be the next president now. All we can say is that election is getting to a crucial point where, like for instance, those who support the vice president, they believe that anybody the vice president would take as his running mate, that person could be a possible next president of Liberia. Because the vice president said he's running for only one term. Okay, and we all know when you're a vice president, you have been away from the president. So with the names that have been coming up recently, the names have been shooting out, especially people got concerned. So if I was Yombly, I'd be one of those who've been supporting the vice president. I want the vice president to know that I'm still available. I still have interest in that post. So
let me hold you right there. Let me hold you right there. You have heard the name Sarah Beslow Yanti.
Yeah.
Oh, would she be helpful? Should she even be considered as VP at this time? What would be the downfall for this vice president, former vice president Joseph Yemabuaka, if he make the decision to carry Sarah Beslow Yanti, knowing that all her work has been done out of the country, internationally? You think she's going to pull him down instead of elevating him?
Yeah, I'll answer that question. Okay. If the vice president decides to take Ambassador Sarah Beslow Yanti, they will help. The both will help the ticket. First of all, to take him to the next level, to the runoff. That he will be the one who will lead that charge. He will be needed to take to go to that point. If they pass the first round, go to a runoff. Now this is where she comes into play, because now people looking at, okay, this ticket, anybody, it's a binary choice now, because we'll have two person. So any of these people can be president now. Whoever in the runoff with whoever in the runoff with, we can be president at a moment. So what happened is that she's internationally respected. She's I think the fourth highest person in the United Nations system now.
I'm talking about locally now.
Yeah, I'm coming now. Yeah, so
local.
I come here internationally. She's highly respected internationally by our traditional allies and the UN system. They respect her highly. So now she brings a lot to that table in her second round. Okay. Now, so that ticket is helping the second round a lot. But locally, the vice president would need to, for the first round, this is where he needs to do the heavy lifting. Because
I'll interrupt you, Santuan and George. Yeah. Look at Fanny Sable. She always follow us. She said, "Who is Sarah?" Now the local question coming up now. Well, who is this lady? We don't know her. We have not heard of her. Now you go to Grand Bassa. Who is Sarah? Sarah? Where's she from? You go to Nimba. We don't know this lady. What have she done in our politics? She have all the international credentials though. But who is Sarah Beslow Yanti? Now the vice president have to go back to answer this question. So my question to you, even before going to my brother Kev Hassan and my sister Richard saying, the question about, we don't know her. 10 months to the election. Omar will be coming up, JMB will be coming up with this name maybe in March, February, March, April. You come down to 6-7 months to the election. Now you're going back to make the case. Who is this lady? Why are you even calling her name? I mean, those are some of the questions.
Yeah. Let me say this now. Mind you now, see politics, assume the VP announced her, right? And he crossed that bomb in the second round to the runoff. You know what happened? What you start hearing?
No, don't get into the second round yet.
I'm coming. Okay. Who is she? Okay, let me say, who is she now?
Second round, they don't even know the woman.
Okay. Madam Yanti, she works prior to leaving Liberia.
I'm asking you to tell who she is.
But you asked me, who is she now?
No. Don't dodge the question. Don't do that to the.
What question? What's the question?
I'm not asking you to tell us to introduce her, to tell the Liberian people who Sarah Beslow Yanti is. No.
Okay, what's
you? The Liberian people themselves were on that day. Ask Joseph Yemabuaka, who is this woman standing by you? Why are you making her to be a VP? What has she been for Liberians? Where has she been for all these years? Do we know her? Which country is she from? What's her achievement when you talk about Liberia? I think folks are saying, and look at our live feed, they are saying, we don't know her. Now you're trying to introduce her in the 11th hour with that help?
No, but let's be fair now. Okay. Now, because people would, when she prior to leaving Liberia, She works with the National AIDS Control Program in Liberia. She's one of the directors there. They started the National AIDS Control Program. She worked with Minister Peter Coleman, health minister at the time. Okay, and she was involved in stuff prior to leaving to go to the UN system. So with that, she would introduce herself. She would talk about herself if she's the one who is selected. But I know for a fact that if she is selected, she brings a lot of international exposure to the
So
ticket.
you are looking at an international player yet, though.
But locally, she was Minister of Health before.
When?
In the 90s.
When? What year? From what year to what year? Now you
Because-
know her. Now you gotta set this straight, not too money, George.
Right,
Don't give
yeah.
us an open-ended answer. You gotta
Okay.
set it straight. Where does she work?
Minister of Health.
What year? From what year to what year?
But I won't be. I know it
When
was
did
in the
she leave
90s.
country? When did
In
she
the
leave the
90s.
country? She left
In
the
the
country
90s.
in the 90s. Since the 90s, what have she done
She got a lot of projects in Broadway area in her communities. She's from Cape Mount. She's from Cape Mount too. She's from Cape Mount County too.
She's from Cape Mount County.
Yes.
And what has she done for Liberians now since she's from Cape Mount County? And we understand she got a big credential internationally working for UN and doing all of this thing. But have that helped Liberians? Now you don't want to go ahead to present JMP that he will go back to answer question, to defend a VP. You want a VP that will get him started, get him running. So the name Sarah Beslow Yanti, folks are confused already. They say, but who is she? Where have she been? Since the 90s. We went through Civil War I, Civil War II. Since the 90s, she worked with Ministry of Health. Now she's coming back after 20 some more years to be VP. But we'll come back to you. Sorry to beat on you, Toman and George.
Yeah, but she was involved in Liberia during UN rules. She helped a lot of resources go to Liberia through the UN.
I understand. Kev Hassan, if let me be direct with you, my brother. Sarah Beslow Yanti, who is she? Do you know her, Kev? Before you can answer the rest of the question, can we hear from you, please? Who is this lady, Kev?
Yes, I do know her. She appeared on the show.
All right.
Before. But let me say this. I will not criticize a female. I will not criticize a female.
And I will pause it right there because you know why? Those are the ticket Kev Hassan looking for. Sarah Beslow Yanti and JMB ticket. Yambli Kanga and JMB ticket. And Kev told me personally, privately, and I will say it today, Fagon, he won that ticket. It gave Josh Manawia a first round victory. But Kev, make your point, please.
Those are all great people, though.
We are not saying they are not great. We are looking at their involvement in the politics and how they can take
I'm sure that ticket, nobody won that ticket in a second round.
Maybe so Yummy got a hustle name in Liberia?
We are not saying they are not a mansion name. We are saying if they can take JMB to the second round. Kev Hassan, make your point, my brother. You are right. When they gave you lemonade.
As a sedition and supporter of those governments, we I don't think we in that place of fear or worry about the ticket. We worry about what we're doing and convincing the people of what we're doing for them to vote for us. Not the ticket. I don't think we sleeping at night thinking about get that ticket. That's not our worry. What I'm saying, I'm talking as a panelist. And there's a lot of great Liberian women out there. For JMB to pick a woman, it would be a good thing.
So let me ask you, Kevin, beg you. Peter Ben is in the back. Should I bring him on, or you think it's too late to bring him on? Right?
Bring him on.
Bring him on.
Yeah? We got 6 more minutes to go. Should I bring him on?
Come on.
Go ahead, Kevin.
Yeah. I think if the VP decide to pick Sarah, I think it should be a good thing, you know. And whether Yombli Kanga, Lawrence,
My leader is a feminine chief. He always believed in women power. That's what my president always believed in. I cannot go contrary to what my president believes in, because why? The reason I support him, because I believe in his vision. I believe what he stands for. I buy into his vision.
I agree. Something. Thank you, Kev. Thank you, Kev.
So I feel that's you, my man. You can't let people flow, my man. You keep it.
No. You feeling now? You feeling, my man? You wasting our time.
Let me ask you something. Are you in that committee to pick Buckeye? Because you push it on this. Are you in that committee? Because you sound.
So do what that? No, wait.
Kev got you big time.
Wait, Kev.
Yeah, he hit you hard, the brother. He hit you hard.
Kev, that's a knockout.
Let me laugh off camera.
Kev, what's your question?
Yeah.
Are you in that committee to pick the VP for the vice president? Because you hit it so hard. You push people. It's like you're saying, I don't want these two people. Let's push them. I want this. Who you want?
Kev, you asked a good question. And you know what?
No. The first question, they say, are you on the committee?
Yes, I agree.
Okay.
But answer now. And you know what? Sometimes that's the reason why we got to separate you and Ben.
But Ben, yes or no, Ben? Yes or no question there?
He asked me that question directly, so he sent it to you.
Yes or no question?
No, I'm not on a committee, Kev. I'm not. I'm not privileged to be in the circle of JMB. Like I talk to other political leaders. Thank God I have that privilege to talk to JMB. If I'm on a committee, if I am privileged to be on a committee to advise JMB as to who he should select, I will be open and tell the Liberian people. I will be so honored, but I am not. You got some folks around the vice president that are calling names, and we are privileged because we are on spoon.
Who you want?
And it's something. I don't want anybody. It's not about who I want. But if you tell me, say, I should balance this conversation, Kev, this is what I would tell you. George Manawia, President of the Republic of Liberia, got Madam Joa Howard Taylor. You need a vice president to be more than Madam Joa Howard Taylor. If you take a female, look at the track record. Look at what Madam Joa Howard Taylor have brought to this president and this government. If Arizona Cummings, Joseph Yeman Boaka, Tewan Gonglo, whoever in this race, make that mistake and take someone less with a less political influence and power to that of Madam Joa Howard Taylor, President Ware will win. VP Taylor have strength. So you should look at the person you're running against. So I do believe that at the end of the day, we'll discuss the issue about those folks, VP Kennedy. We do not have to be part of the committee.
What are the criteria you're looking for that you think, if you were in that committee, that you would recommend to Buckeye?
I'm not on the committee. What should I recommend?
So no, because you're saying now, those two people, you ask them. So let's
but Kev, though, Kev, you asked a good question.
Yeah, but Kev, you should be able to give your opinions.
No. But if you ask me for my opinion, I want to see a good fight, Kev. I want to see a good fight. Listen, now, let me answer you. I want to see a fight.
Cause somebody that you think.
I agree with Kev. I agree with Kev on this.
I agree.
I think you should trust on me.
Well, Ben, you came late. You can.
I know I came late. The whole world know I came late.
Yeah, so Kev, you asked a good question. What's your question again? Because we're interrupted by Ben. What was your second question?
You want me to ask? You want me to have you?
If you're in that committee, you say right now, Yomli Kanga, you ask her.
Yeah.
Sarah, you ask her.
No, I didn't say I asked her though.
Build
No, understand now. If you ask me about Yomli Kanga,
build that person for us. If you are in the committee,
build a person for VP.
GMB, yeah. Who are the names out there? Who you think?
It's not about the names because I don't have names, but if I would build somebody for Joseph Boyka, because the former vice president have experience, he been there, he done that as a vice president. I would suggest to the Liberian people who gave him chance to make that very sound and sober decision and bring it.
Hold on, let me finish that. I was doing that thing.
I must finish. In
You're talking Tabata now, you're talking Tabata.
You on the other side of the fence.
Hold on.
You're talking Tabata, man. You're talking Tabata.
Not give me a chance now.
Chairman, you're talking Tabata.
I think the VP should take a young person, right? That he can pass the torch on to.
Male or female?
As you said. As you suggested.
Let me go ahead now. I think the VP should take a young person. And I think the VP should take a young progressive person. Not anybody of old school. Sarah Beslow, she's young. Yomdi Kanga Lawrence, she's young, right? Whosoever that will come now. But yes, for all the take though. The VP shouldn't take somebody that think that they know more than him. The VP, look at Joel Howard Taylor and President George Manawia. He put himself in the position. She submit herself because he's the president. He was the standard bearer at the time. And she said, you know what? I will follow your lead. A lot of politicians out there right now, if the VP bring them, they will overshadow the VP. But guys.
I need to speak on this issue.
Let me.
You see, Ben, stand up. He's like tricky.
Hey, Tommy,
why you doing? He wants to spin the thing. You take your person. This man
he does this on
day one. Show that person.
Thank you.
I should show who can be president on day one.
Thank you, Kev.
Ben, what's the question? Because Ben's interrupting you. What's the question?
I'm interrupting you. You just
Day one. Who can be president day one? Who can be president day one? If the president president is not fit. Again,
but according to the Constitution, if the president cannot function,
we can tell you like that.
According to the Constitution.
But who that person you think he can take?
So right now, in Liberia, if George Manawia is incapacitated.
We're not talking about George Weah. We're talking about George Weah.
What's your question?
Who you think Joe Boyka can pick?
Now, let's finish with Kev. It's one at a time. Kev,
okay, sorry.
What's your question, Kev?
But the question. Who you think Joe Boyka?
Listen, guys.
But say something. Stand up, baby.
President day one.
Look at they say listen to the
president. But you're in a hot zone right now. You're in a hot zone right now.
Of course.
You're in a hot zone.
Just say my boy. Let me be friend with you guys, right?
You gotta talk. You gotta answer the question, Snedder. Answer the question.
So all of y'all,
answer the question.
All of y'all that try to tell me, I should tell you right now, Kev. The cash I be asking for you. Like
everything. You gotta revert the
So everything else is
but on a serious note,
let me be serious for a minute, right?
Yeah.
I'm looking for a competitive race.
Got order on your show here, right? We're taking turns to answer questions, right?
Let me have you. Let me have you. I know your internet is about to go off.
I think you got to delay.
This is why we usually do on the show.
It doesn't matter.
This is the program. I will answer the question because a lot of folks want me to answer the question. Kev, you're right. I think JMB should take somebody young. I think JMB shouldn't take a senator. I think. Because the argument CDC going to make for
so
JMB.
You rule or Yombly, but just say
No, I'm being very frank. You want my answer, but I'll be very frank.
Yeah, that's what we wanted you to talk.
How you guys take it? If JMB asked me to
I can see that. I want
to be serious on this one because my folks saying I should answer the question. Let me answer it.
Yeah.
Folks that in the Senate today, they get a bad reputation, most of them. They have a bad reputation. If JMB go ahead and tap on any one of the present senator, CDC would drag him in the mud. Okay? I believe JMB should take someone who is not a senator. I believe JMB should select someone who is young, bring them to the age range Look, Madam Jua Howard Taylor.
So you really you're only off now.
Hold on 1 minute. Let me finish. I want
I mean,
to
that's
tell
obvious. He said no
you.
senator.
Yeah.
No senator. If Young is a senator, don't take her. I can
Oh.
say, yeah. I mean, she is a senator. Don't take her.
Breaking news.
To be frank, they took the $30,000. What they can do?
We finally got him to get here.
Let me say.
We finally got him to get here. Put it agree for.
Jeff,
Thank you. Thank you, Jeff.
And you know what? He got you no doubt cash out from me. Trust me, he's good. But I believe JMB, according to everything we know, they can beat on President George Manawea. That yes, you're allowing the people to take 30,000 here and there. Beat a different. Even Mr. Cummings, he shouldn't take a senator. The senator, most of them are all corrupt. Come up with somebody new. Don't take them. Let them run on their own 2029 and let the people decide if they qualify, if they meet the transparency code to represent Liberia. He shouldn't take anyone senator. That's what I believe. That's my own opinion, Ben. Now let's go back to the youth. He needs somebody young. He needs a progressive. Let me tell you something. Make no mistake. Make no mistake. Jua Howard Taylor and George Manawea, the whole ground in Liberia, they are young. They make it go on the football field and play soccer. They make it call the youth to the invisible park. The man is banning PHP. What will be your message against George Manawea? We are on a talk show. We need to compare and construct. We need to show the difference and say, this is where we believe the country should be going, and this is the person that can take the country there. So I care less when folks come up from the other side and blame me. That's my own opinion. I don't think any of these stand up there in the race, Mr. Cummings, Jose Yamabwaka, Tewan Gunglo, none of them should take a sitting senator to be the VP. On that ticket, I personally disagree because those senators right now, for 9 years they've been serving, for 18 years they've been serving. They are, most of them, they are all, you chop, I chop, go back chop. If you take them, you end up losing relevance.
And listen, that's the beauty of this show, and I'm glad. And I'm doing my last marathon, so if you notice, but I was listening to the conversation, and I said, you know what, it was interesting, and I felt I said, let me jump on quick. I wanted to address Sarah Beslo-Yanti thing a little bit, and then talk about some of the things.
Look started, right? The two discuss beyond the door. That way you bring.
We discussed nothing, man. So let me say this.
See you guys.
Sarah, first of all, I disagree.
That friend's here to which you lead now.
Oh, she gotta go. Sorry. Okay.
Yeah. I mean,
go
she
ahead,
just the same that we all say.
Because I was under the impression that we had an order to the show that we're taking turn answering questions. So I was waiting.
Special, we're missing you. We're missing Special. All right, come back. We're missing you.
All right, yeah, Richardson, we're not hearing you. You got internet problem?
Special, I'm missing you. Hurry and come back, yeah. We're missing you. Hurry and come back.
We can't hear you. Your internet is tripping.
I don't have internet problem, but is everybody else hearing me except Center
No, it
doesn't matter.
No, the people not hearing
you. Are you hearing me?
Loud and clear.
Wait. You know it.
Very clear. Very clear.
I said, I'm missing you. I'm missing you. All right, come back.
Yeah, you very clear.
We'll see you tomorrow. We cannot hear you.
Yeah, you very clear. You very clear, Doc. Go ahead. Don't bite.
I'm not even sure what he's doing. Anyway, I don't. So the question was about vice presidency, about Sarah Beslo-Yanti. I think that's what your question was about. I would say that selecting a vice president would suggest the president agenda for the young people in our country and for women in our country, two groups that have been marginalized, meaning they have not gotten thorough support at all, economically, socially, psychologically. Those two groups have been left behind. I think someone like Sarah will present a new role for the vice presidency. This person wouldn't be just considered a parked car, which has been historically, the vice president has just been someone who just sit in a room and, to me, get paid. But I think this person will be more modern oriented, more apt to being involved in the building, in nation building. one thing I think that Sarah would present would be the application of knowledge. What I notice now in our current political body is that a lot of people tend to just learn, or they call all these big titles and names, but they don't apply the knowledge. And when you work in a system such as Sarah has worked in a system like the United Nations, and excuse me, sir, you are speaking.
So
you were speaking, I didn't interrupt you, sir. You were speaking and I didn't interrupt you.
I'm the moderator, I can interrupt
I
you.
know what you're trying to do. You're doing your distraction business. Can I just finish, please? So we're talking about the application of knowledge here. And I think that's what Sarah brings because she has worked in both systems. She served as an employee for the Ministry of Health for many years and then went on to work with the international companies. And one thing that you learn when you leave one system and go to a system such as international companies, you become very solution focused and outcome driven. And this is what I think would benefit our country right now, as opposed to just sitting in your office and thinking this is our time to go by chore or eat and everybody eats. I think Sarah has some experience in working for the benefit of people, mass population. I also think if selected, she will bring she will bring inclusiveness to Bucca's government versus the son of the soil type rhetoric that was going on during his last run for presidency. Simply because she fits in many societies of Liberia. She fits in the Cape County society. She's a woman. She has moved her way up the ladder.
We come to that time you were yeah, but we gotta do that.
I didn't say anything.
I'm sure we gotta go. We come to that time you were defense.
No, we had a conversation about this, Denton. Okay, let me just finish, please. Can I just finish?
Yeah,
can I finish? So okay, I would like to state that I've seen one of the most important things for many of you who don't know, Sarah's a very motivated and determined woman. All right. And I think that says a lot about a person. She comes from a humble beginning and has made her way up, that she's very well known. She was on this show. She worked with Dr. Tolbert to work on COVID matters. She's published. She understands the terrain. So having said that, I think she would be a good asset to Bucca, and it doesn't matter to me if she knows more than him. I think at this stage it will be
but why not to comment?
More.
Why not to comment? Why not to comment?
Interrupting me again.
Yeah, but why not to comment? I just asked you a question.
Yeah, got one more question for Steve.
Why not to comment, Dr. Richardson?
Why not to comment? I'm not sure I'm understanding your question. Why not to comment? What?
I mean, we should be a good asset. We should be a good asset to Mr. Cummings as well.
Sarah would be a good asset to any Senate bear right now. This is my point.
I like that. Thank you very much, Dr.
Yeah, she'll be an asset to
it's good having you as always. I will see you by God's grace on Friday. I know you leave tomorrow, but it's good having you, Dr. Richardson. Thank you.
Okay.
You know, man, for security reason, man. Yeah, now so more departure or something. Don't do that.
Leaving, man. She know I'm messing with her. She's not leaving.
You okay. Apparently, when I speak on this show, my CEO don't like to hear me talk, so I will see you guys later, okay?
Just be safe out there.
Just be safe.
Oh, I saw you left, but you guys doing a great job, my Rover. I saw what you're doing. Keep it up.
But the problem is that they go teach
Canton.
They tell the student
Canton. Okay.
No. They tell the point about it. They get the power of their vote.
They said my vote for ASC.
No, I want to say.
The guy, my man. Yeah, man.
Kev.
The thing that the book gave me, yeah, you can amplify it.
I need Kev attention, Kev. So. You got more questions before we go to bed?
Why you want to Kev?
No, my time will come. So let me give the message. Kev, do you have any more questions before we go to bed?
Kev, don't answer the man.
Yeah. You have any more, Kev?
Yeah, I ain't got no more questions.
But no, I want to say it's interesting, and this is, and I hope we do more of this. These analysis on these potential picks, right? Because that's what you do in an election year. You ask a very fundamental question. It is interesting that you ruled out any senator, Stanton. I wouldn't go that far. I do believe that not any senator he should pick. I think there are senators that that will be attractive to JMB ticket. But let me speak on Sarah Beslow Yanti for a bit, and I slightly disagree with with you, Stanton, and the folks who are saying, well, she's not known, she's nothing, she hasn't done anything locally and stuff like that. Well, the thing is, we're talking about JMB here, right? Depending on the candidate, if JMB don't necessarily need a vice president that is a household name in locally. He brings that himself, right? He brings that himself. He has weight already. His name is across the country. In fact, the day JMB announces Sarah Beslow Yanti, she gets the name recognition she needs. In fact, the other thing I want to say in politics is it is also an asset when people ask, who are you? Because they have not had a chance to define who you are. So that is also an asset, because when somebody asks, who are you? You have an opportunity to be able to shift the narrative around who you are. And Sarah is not someone who is not known locally. She may not be known across the country, but like Tomlin was alluding to, I'm not talking about even the Ministry of Health thing. At one point in time, Sarah was considering running in district number 17, if I'm not mistaken, for representative. For representative. So I think the positive that she brings to JMB is that there is also this question that is lingering around JMB, right? About his vice president being a potential president. His vice president being a potential president. One, because of his age. Two, because of we're all humans, right? Because of his age, because of the health issues, all of the different factors. So that's what makes Joe Boyka's VP pick very, very, very important. The fundamental question people are going to ask is, whoever JMB picks, can you go to bed sleeping at night and believe that person can be president at a moment's notice? Sarah Beslow Yanti checks that box. The other thing Sarah Beslow Yanti brings to the table is that she brings international connections. She's not somebody who's going to look for friends. That's key. That's why I've always believed that she would be such an impressive foreign minister. If our president, I probably would have asked Sarah Beslow Yanti to have been my foreign minister the day he became president 5 years ago. Right? She's not somebody who's looking for friends. She's not somebody who's going to go knock on doors. Doors are going to be open for her. She's in the company of presidents already. Internationally. Now, locally, like I said, Joseph Boyka carries his own weight. The fact that Joseph Boyka announced you as his vice president, you get instant name recognition. I disagree with you. But let me finish. I know you disagree. But I just want to say this. On the issue of Senator Lawrence, I would not have advised Senator Lawrence to answer the question the way she answered it. And I'm just being honest with you. People don't run for the vice presidency. Even in this country, let's face the fact, when people are on short lists for the vice presidency in this country, Stanton, you know that. In fact, the committee tells everybody to keep their mouth shut. Yep. The first thing they tell you, deny it. If anybody asks you a question, you say, that decision is left to the presidential candidate. That decision is left for the presidential candidate. You don't even insinuate or give you don't even give the notion out there that you will accept until that call comes to you. When that call, you saw the call that Joe Biden made to Kamala Harris when he said, are you ready to get to work? And she said, I'm so ready, Joe. Guess what? Prior to that point, Kamala Harris, who were under vetting, she was being vetted. All of the people who have been vetted, none of them ever admitted that, we will be, the same thing happened with Obama. So if I was advising Senator Lawrence, I would not have advised her to have said, I will accept the position. The second thing is, it appears like she's running for the job. The vice presidency is not a job that you run for. You have to be picked for that job because you want your boss to feel that they don't have to look over their shoulder. So I thought that was a little slight a slip up on her part. And I can understand what a lot of her handlers may be thinking, because there's been a lot of noise of late of other people, so they felt it was a way to bring her back into the conversation. But I thought that was not wise. She is still formidable. I think she is still high on the list of VP Borkai. I think ultimately it's going to be his decision to make. But I'll tell you this: Sarah is a formidable force. Don't underestimate her. Sarah will bring a lot of things she will bring to the ticket. She would check a lot of boxes, because a lot of people may be able to lay down and sleep and say, you know what, if God forbid, knock on wood, if VP Boyka and he's president tomorrow and he stumps a toe and he got to be incapacitated for 2 or 3 hours, like what happened in this country when Joe Biden went for a procedure? You saw Kamala Harris stepped into the role to be acting president. Well, we don't have that in Liberia, but except there is incapacitation where the president is incapacitated. But I just wanted to state that for the record, and I also want to believe that Joe Boyka. The last thing I would say is that Joe Boyka is possibly the only candidate in this race that can take that risk. Cummings can't do that. Cummings cannot.
I agree with you, Ben. I agree with you. I agree with you 100%.
Let me try to wrap this down, but let me say this seriously, guys. I stand on what I said because I believe it. It's just hard for me to fake. And the only person that I would talk to every night, every evening on this set, we have some very serious argument, will be Kev Hassan. I do not support any one candidate in this race. But when I see it, for the sake of the Liberian people, I will say it. I will say what I believe. I do not think any one of those stand-up bearers in the race should select any senator this time around to be the VP. Most of the senators out there, they are corrupt, according to the Liberian standard. Most of the senators out there, they will sell their soul to the devil for their own personal greed. Most of the senators out there took the 30,000 and used it all for themselves and by themselves only. Most of the senators out there, all this concession agreement, they took money for it. To sign the budget, they took money. Do you want that trouble? You want to be defending them like ANC defended and continue to defend Louis Brown? You don't want that trouble. Listen, 10 months to election. This thing going to go up and down. Find somebody who is safe. George Manawia is stable. He got Madam Joa Howard Taylor. He's stable. You can make the argument that she cannot deliver Bon County again. Well, that's an argument. You can say anything you want to say, but George Manawia have his VP. Mr. Cummings, Mr. Boyka, Tewa Gonglo, all of them, they should run away from senator, current or past senators. It will not help them. Those guys have bad reputation.
I think
I will advocate for the Liberian people, because you know why? Everything the senator doing today is to build, I build my own school. I build my own farm. Let them tell us what they have built for the Liberian people. You're talking about Jeremiah Kuhn. Everything in Nima is in Jeremiah Kuhn's name. Jeremiah Kuhn is like Sir Joseph. They build their own thing for themselves, not for the Liberian people. When they leave office tomorrow, the farm belongs to them. The school belongs to them. The hospital belongs to them. What are they giving the Liberian people? Let's stop the bluff. Oh, he's strong. Oh, she's strong. They are strong in their own bank account. They are strong because they use the Liberian people resources to enrich themselves. What are they showing? Let's stop this. They are not presidential material. They are not vice presidential material to me. They are not faithful to the Liberian people. They are not trustworthy. They come by here, they travel, they make their own money. Show me one senator today. I'm not talking about I beg you, let me finish.
Let him finish his, yeah.
Show me one senator today that will say what I have done. I have done it for the Liberian people. Look at the school I built. Liberia school system. It belongs to the community. It belongs to the district. It belongs to the county. Look at the hospital I built. I have given it to the county. Show me one of them. Everything you say about Jeremiah Kuhn is for Jeremiah Kuhn and family. Everything you say for Sir Joseph is for Sir Joseph and family. Come on, guys. Why should we sit there and think that they are doing the Liberian people work? It is wrong. They dance here and there, they feel that they are good, they are not. They want to be vice president for themselves and the family. So if Mr. Cummings, Joseph Yema Boakai, Tewan Gonglo, they want to wash their hands, they should wash their hands and run far away from those lawmakers that are so damn corrupt. I will sit on this show. If any lawmaker on the ticket as a vice president, I will run against that ticket. If
you were running the election?
I'm not running an election.
You're wrong. Okay, I'm just making sure.
No, listen. I said I'm running. No, let me finish, Timothy.
Let me finish.
If any lawmaker, senator or representative, if any one of these stand-up bearers tap them to be vice president, I'm against that ticket.
That is a strong argument that
ticket, and the Liberian people will be against that ticket. Most of them are damn corrupt. Don't bring them to us again. We're tired. Come on, man.
In order to defeat,
okay, but let me come in now.
One second, I just want to give you.
I
want you to learn how to start with. One, if you are trying to defeat an incumbent, and Stanton, this is where you may have a strong point, and maybe Fagon can chime me on this. If you are trying to defeat an incumbent, you must make the election a change election. It is absolutely necessary.
I agree with that, but at the same time, too, let's get this straight now. Today, you have two senators running, former senator leading our country. Okay, you have former Senator Weah, former Senator Taylor, two leading our country. So that you can just
the incumbents. That's his point. That is his point. That's the point he's making.
Why are you asking for change?
That's the point he's making. Then there's no need to change. That's the point.
So I mean, the two senators that are leading the country today, they have not done well, right?
I'm not saying that.
That's not what he's saying, Tommy. You're talking about Tommy. What he's saying, I understand where he's coming from.
Where did they come from before they became president?
It doesn't matter at this point. People are there. They are the incumbent.
But it told the same money too. They're talking about. It told the same money, Ben. It told the same money too.
Tommy Lee, the difference here is you trying to take their jobs. You trying to tell the country. What you trying to tell the country is that what they are doing is not right. So we need to change them.
It's a difference.
They are also going to turn around and point to you and say, but you two are part of the system. You two are part of what we are doing. That's the reason why.
So in other words, in other words, the two senators that lead the country, they are all the same. The same group.
But they are the incumbent. They're part of the system.
Okay, in the case I agree. That's the case I agree.
So
that makes sense.
God, let me say this. Let's go around the table.
They're part of the system.
Come on in. You are entitled to your opinion. Say what you want to say. Don't put words in our mouth. I'm saying the current establishment. Hold on, Tomani. Let me be fair. George Manning, we are in Joe Howard Taylor got into the arrangement 2016, 2017. Okay? The current arrangement here now, where you got Joseph Yema Boakai, you got Alexander Cummings, all of them talking about this change. We're looking for a VP candidate. Are there any one of them to take a senator for a VP or to take a representative of a VP? I will be running here and there in Liberia telling the people that's a failed ticket. Tell me, say they will bring the vote. Tell me, say they will do X, Y, and Z. And I would tell them, say, once they have taken a VP as a senator to be a VP,
but
that's not a good thing. That's my opinion. That's what I believe in. I want to say to Liberian tonight, Liberian, be not deceived.
But when other
people, say your piece, Dr. P. Barry.
Look, let me say here. I think, again, I go back to my old saying. It goes back to the Liberian people. Who the candidates select to be the first president will be the choice of the Liberian people when they vote on who to be president. But I don't agree that every senator or representative or that in this legislature is corrupt. I don't want to believe so. I don't believe Jeremiah Kuhn was a great man. He was a big businessman in Nima before even getting into politics, and he made a lot of money. I mean, today I saw Sir Joseph cleaning a village. Does it mean that those places he was cleaning belongs to him? No, he was cleaning.
No, Joseph.
No,
You said no. I beg you. We're not teaching our conversation. No, I will interrupt you. I will respect people for his opinion. You can't do that. You can't attack the man for his opinion. Don't do that. Don't do that.
And he gave him a platform. Do not interrupt. Okay?
Did I get out to look at the camera and other stuff?
Yeah, he interrupted by coming up here. But what I'm saying here is there are some very good people there in the Senate. There are some good people who can make some decisions. You got Sajuda, you got DeLong, you got some other people that are there. Not everybody's corrupt. Not everybody. You see people who are actually.
And we said most of them.
You change it.
He said most of them. So his credit, he did say most of them.
That's what I said. I said
he
most
didn't
of
say
them.
he didn't say all of them.
Okay. So what I'm saying here is I believe whether we take somebody from the UN, whether we take somebody, at the end of the day, the ultimate decision will be made by the people who stand in line.
That people cap out right there. When you want to hard long, then you can put it on the Liberian people. That people easier to flesh on them than the Liberian people.
Let people feel bring in Fagon.
At the end of the day, make that decision. Thank you.
Okay, Joe,
you're stopping it, man.
I would say this to all Liberians while we wrap this thing up. I want to see a good fight in this election. I want those political leaders to earn the victory. I want to see George Manawiyat. He should earn his re-election. It shouldn't be given to him, because the Liberian people should say, yes, we want this person. If President George Manawiyat is re-elected, he should be happy, graciously, because the Liberian people trust him again to lead the country for another 6 years. If we should have a new president, that president should earn it. That's all I'm asking for. And I will say this, there should be no one lawmakers. Most of them are all damn corrupt. Don't put them on your ticket and tell me that they have done enough. I will run against that ticket. I will advocate the Liberian people not to vote for that ticket. They will bring 10,000 people from this county. They will bring 100,000 from this county. What have they done? Been there for 9 years, been there for 18 years. What have they done? They have enriched themselves by building their own schools, by building their own hospital. They have enriched themselves on the expense of the Liberian people. They have enriched their bank account. They got trucks working for Asar Mitar, trucks working for Western Cluster. What have they done? What have they done? They're using the Liberian people money, pay to play, conflict of interest. Their trucks running up and down. They got fuel coming in. They got yellow machines for their own personal greed.
Is that the case that we forget a lawmaker and we focus on communists and Boga now?
Let's go ahead. Let's go ahead and have a serious conversation. They are not worth it to be VP. Don't call their names. If you put them on your ticket, we will tell the Liberian people that you are wrong, that you are hypocrite. We'll tell the Liberian people that you don't love Liberia. Come on, guys.
So I mean, no ticket with lawmakers on it. So that mean no ticket.
But her position is.
I know. I mean, her position. I say position is like no ticket with lawmakers. So
and this is what makes this conversation interesting. This is what will make.
So you guys, so the people that haven't been in the legislature, that Taiwan, that comings, that boycott.
I just say boycott hasn't been in the legislature.
Boycott elected. Your vice president, man, come on, don't do that, man.
The vice president. You are not in the legislature.
Yeah, but
the vice president, the vice president, the only elected official that has 2 feet in 2 different branches.
Yeah, but he wasn't a sitting lawmaker, Ben. That'd be frank.
He wasn't, but you can't say that he was not part of the system. That's the point.
Guys,
that's why it's even stronger for VP Boyka to pick someone who can preach the change message also.
I say the president know what?
He highlighted
tomorrow. We'll kill Bola here tomorrow.
No, seriously.
And on Jerry, you know, Senna is very smart. You know he did, Jana. Yeah. He just pivoted. He redeemed himself for that this kept into him. Everybody forgetting about what he was doing.
But let me say this to you, though. The president is sitting comfortably with Drew Howard Taylor. Come with everything you can to remove him. This guy playing his game. Look what he did. He called all the presidents in the nation. He talked to them this going weekend.
It was live press conference.
Some other network carrier.
Was it a live press conference?
He spoke to them.
Live press conference.
But that's not talk about it now. That's that one.
Let me finish. Let me tell you the reason why I'm talking about it, St. Thomas and George, my former brother-in-law, because you left my cousin. The reason why I'm talking about it is that it's the fun.
Okay, you're not in the show now.
But can we get Fagon's opinion on this thing?
Fagon.
Yeah, Fagon, hear you. Yeah.
No, Fagon, let's talk. And let's
Fagon, he Washington DC.
Fagon, Western cluster board right now, man.
I don't know what they got one about.
You don't know war against the concessions.
Let me tell you something. If I'm gonna say in Washington DC, you know how many text messages came to me? Seriously.
The man is on a war. The man is on a war against the concessions.
In Washington DC. Seriously. If I'm not taking a one-man army to bring attention to what is happening in bombing, don't take it for joke. It's not a joke. It's a very serious thing. We have some
Imagine the election ain't even show fake Kugu. Look at the kind of exchanges here.
I know. Imagine.
Hiya. I keep telling you. I was in 2017 elections. This 2023, Babu with Divakola, the monkey that will suffer.
That's true.
But the party, our party in power.
Now, let me say this. Stanton told General, like, if Stanton were the referee, feeling red carrying everybody that was in the Senate. Prep you out. Eh? Brother,
are you on the hotel internet? Are you on the hotel internet? Can you on black? We're not hearing you, Fago. We just not hearing your stuff coming up bad, Fago.
Okay, just hear me now.
We can hear you now.
For me, I will give you my, I wouldn't say expert opinion, but look, guys, I've spoken to many of you in the back. Anybody you jump now the frog, you will end up in Tawasui. And the only soup they will eat you in Tawasui. Don't jump. Watch what's going to play out. Because as it stands right now to me, Stanton and smart man. Stanton knows that not all the senators now are working on it. But Stanton is setting the stage for nobody in the race right now to look at our Senate. Nobody should look at our Senate. But it's not going to work. The only strategy that can defeat a weird presidency, for which the CDC must be careful, is the senator's playbook. Joaquin from the Senate, President Joaquin from the Senate. If Joe Biden decide that I'm going to go by the senator's playbook, I don't think President Weah stands a chance. And here is why. You look at the numbers, you look at what happened, like what people are saying. But assuming there was a consensus reached among the senators, and that's why I say the senators' playbook. Because if they divide itself, Weah will win. But if they go by the playbook and Bwaka after the concession or after he talks to them and they agree, President Weah will be a one-term president. Because you know why? Senator Prince Johnson and Jeremiah Kuhn goes with Bwakai. Prince Moi and Henry Topa says we're going with Bwakai. Nyongli Kanga, Chileton Kaipe, we already know where they're going. Jonathan Paul Charles and G. Von Smith, the Nazi edition will know where they're going. As for Lofa, don't worry about it, it's traditional. Then you got Bapolu, Pomi, and Kitman. Assuming that all these people come back together and decide to support Joe Bwaka, I'm not saying it's possible. It's also impossible. But if they do, And Boyka said, "Come, let's go." Normally say, "I want to be the first female pro tem." Moise said, "I want to be the chairman on the executive." Brother, we have to come with the strategy that can hold them. Because if Prince Johnson Jeremiah Kun go as VP, Brother Monserrato is not guaranteed. We already 50% of the vote gone already. Because of Lofa, Nimba, and Bong. 50% of the vote gone. Add Monserrato to it, we are in trouble. And the only person that knows how to stop that from happening is an architect who I don't know have arrived in the country or is still out of the country. Because it was designed, and then we found the antidote to it.
Fagan, I got a quick question for you.
I got the vaccine to it. I'm the only man I got a vaccine.
Fagan, I got a quick question for you. Devil's advocate. Quick question. What do you and we did talk in the back about this Senators Playbook, and I told you, yes, I agree, it's a dangerous one, but it's all based on a big if, right?
Yeah.
It's all based on a big if, and if cannot only be if cannot be a strategy. But I go along with you. But let me ask you this question: What about the counter argument that Boyka did have a Senators Playbook the last time? He had 19 senators endorse him the last time against two of their own. Two of their own were working with them. 19. That's why I told Tomini earlier, Boyka was practically the 31st senator, right? He was able to convince 19 of those people. And guess what they came along with? They came along with 19 million Liberian dollars. I remember that day when our endorsement happened in the rotunda of the Capitol building, the Liberty Party on the way into Coma. 19 senators endorsed Joe Boyka in 2017.
Okay.
He lost 14 out of 15 counties.
Now you know what the difference there is?
Yeah.
There were too many negative factors against not only the endorsement, but Boyka. Okay. Let's face it. You were there, I was there.
Yeah.
Ma Ellen did not want it. Charles Brumskin did not want it.
True.
Even the 19 senators that endorsed him, only did so in the beginning. But after that, what happened? They were not sincere about it. Now, when Nukwe came out, which is the fourth one, and said about the birthright, it was a loss. But the main loss came in twofold. When Joseph Boyka admitted that he had opportunities and he squandered it.
Yeah.
And the second thing that happened that drove everybody amok was the fact that George Weah was a popular candidate. Ellen was not on the ballot, that Joe Boyka. So people like us tied Joe Boyka to Ellen. So now who we're running against? We said we're not going for Ellen third term. Remember that thing? And so everybody said, yeah, that's true. We don't want Ellen third term. Now, Joe Boyka has made sufficient case that, hey, the old man treated me bad. She did not let me spark. But you gave me the opportunity. I'll put everybody in jumpsuit. New or old, it don't matter. That message seems to be resonating now with a lot of people. So again, I agree with all of you. But there's one thing I disagree with you, Ben. You know why I disagree with you?
Which one?
On the Yanti Beslow situation. I think she's a great lady.
Okay.
But as a candidate, if you need to market a person, you don't do it after you announce them. You start doing it now. But you go announce her, and people have to ask you, how will you bring her so?
But we're talking about her now.
That's what I'm saying.
Today she was on the front page Africa. Yesterday.
That's what I'm saying.
Ben.
From radio, to TV, to center, to everybody.
But which senator formula are talking about? Like he's senator support. They support Boyka and Boyka laws.
Yeah, but
the 19 senators that supported Boyka, where are they today?
Yeah, they all lost. Except about
all lost.
About
so right now,
they were not
like the Ben said, Boaga is a household name. Boaga, his name can take him to a first round, to a home.
So
So whoever Boaga takes as running mate, that person can round his shoulder to a second round. Boaga is a household name.
I disagree with you. Let me bring in Kev Hassan, guys.
The man's popular.
And take some kind of funny vice president candidate and see what will
let
happen
Ken
to you.
speak.
They want somebody who can be president if they want.
Let Ken speak. We got to go. I will say this, and maybe tomorrow we can have this VP discussion because
I beg you tomorrow.
And it will be important for us to do it. It doesn't matter that people say, well, the puppet get named, but the puppet name or VP candidate can kill that name. If you run with this notion,
exactly,
now the puppet get named, and you bring somebody that we know that you shouldn't add on that name, Joey win first round. On this note, I bring my brother Kev Hassan, Kefiko.
But anyway,
Kev said,
please. Hold on 1 minute. Let me bring Kev. Kev, go ahead. Make your point.
Kev, that wicked man.
You see, you guys are talking about 2016, 17.
I don't want nothing good for you. But you know what the political analysis.
Let me finish.
No, now you man. I'm talking to the be writing.
But one thing you're forgetting about demographic change. That idea, 2017 is 5 years, new voters, new ideas. You're forgetting about those voters. You're saying, oh, the Senator Playbook. Oh, you're saying, Buckeye this. Now the Liberian people are looking at something else. You know what they're looking at? They're looking at the CDC versus the UP then. What to show for? The young people now, the new voters, who are going to make the change. This election, let me tell you, the 2016 Unity Party people, they stay there. The CDC people stay there. But you know who come in the middle? It's the young voters, the new voters.
Kev, you defeated your party.
Element finna by, break you by.
I just happy he defeated his party. Because
The
the
new
people who
voter.
beat you in a special election, they beat you in a by-election, they beat you in a better election.
But you were given the chance to speak. Go ahead, Kefiko.
The new voters. When the new voters came in, they start to creep in 2020. 2020, all they could, all were going around 25 million, 16 billion. Everything were going against the government. The new voters voted against the interests of the government. They wiped the floor. But now they're saying, what happened 2024? 2020. What happened? Nothing they voted for show face. They come back. They say, let's start to look. Another new voters coming in. So when you look at the other election, I think it was the by-election after 2020, you saw what happened. A change. You saw what happened in Lofa. You're saying they're coming home again. They're coming home again. You look at Bomi, the vice president, former vice president went to Bomi. And he lifted somebody's hand. The person had 2 votes in Bomi. 2. So they're going back. I think Chairman Ben, the one that said that, and it keep coming to mind. He said the 2020 election was a cost on the opposition. They become complacent. They decide to go in the house. They went to the same thing. Look what CEO is saying. the 30,000, the things they ran on, they went contrary to that. So the senator playbook will not fly because the 2020 become a cost to the senator playbook. So what they're looking for now, that's why I agree with the CEO point.
Senatorial election different from presidential election, Kev. It's different.
No, guys, let me finish. I beg you guys. Let brother end.
Well, Kev, Mateo, how many people CDC put in the race?
You were asking a question. Go ahead, Kev. Finish up, please.
So the 2020 election now show something. So the young people say, oh, we put those people in. What is show for? Nothing. Allegation of corruption increase among senators. 30,000, 15,000, days. Folks who said we were going to change it. They came on this network. They said we were going to change it. We will not take it. We will not do this. They pump up the volume. It becomes worse than the senator than who they replace. They put in things in the budget. They hold the budget on the hostage. If we don't get it, we will not sign it. So now the voters, they saw all that. And they say, you know what? Let's look for something who can hold on. They start to see some direction. See, you remember, even our headquarters was not being filled up. You remember on the show, people used to say, look at the headquarters. But look now, what happening at that headquarters when the president went there? Look what happening on the streets and see next month and see what happening. The young people coming back home, the new voters coming back home. Because you know what? They were looking for something in 2020. 2020 shows them something different. So that playbook that folks talking about 2017, they are not factoring demographic change. They are not factoring all those things that happened in 2020. They are not factoring the promises. And that's why Kev Hassan is saying now, this election, this year, will be the biggest first-time win in our history. I would challenge, I would say, and let me say this. I don't want anybody to come on this platform and say, Kev didn't say that. Because I will claim it, because I'm saying it now. Because you know what? When I said what I'm hearing in Lofa and what I'm seeing in Lofa, something happening in Lofa. People say no. People said no. They said no.
Okay, you talk too long, man. I don't want to talk about.
No, man. You're talking, I was sitting here.
Too long, man. You talk about 30 minutes.
That's not fair to money. Kev was quiet for all this time.
What time of the show? But got the time, man. I'm talking for a long game, man.
But the man,
I was talking long game, man. Let me frank.
Money, but the man got to speak. I know it's. I know what money. But man, that's how the man can speak.
I would like to do my closing, but anyway, I won't.
All right. Okay, guys.
Time on the show now.
Guys, listen. I know what he's saying is hurting you guys.
Hurting what? If can't follow la brand politique, you know what he's saying? First time, don't favor the Cuban. You know that.
He doesn't know what he's saying, but let him say
it.
You
don't favor the Cuban. You know that one.
Don't interrupt him, Tumalin. Please.
If using 2020 as a yardstick, then he Jew.
You're not being fair, bro. You are not being fair. He gave you the time you spoke. You had an argument with me and Ben. He didn't interrupt you. Don't do that. When I close, I yield my time to Kev. Kev, please speak.
Man.
Kev, please speak.
Man, make me thought see one.
You know, the truth is a bitter pill. It hard to swallow.
I can't find election coming watching abroad. They 2020 election. I find election coming watch.
Comfortable.
Yeah, was he around 85? He went at 97.
Unfairness.
He went there 2005, 2011. He wasn't there. Hey, what can you let job election for?
Tomorrow, Josh, you are changing. Tomorrow, you are changing. You have to give the brother a chance.
But we don't
Tomorrow, Josh, give the brother a chance to speak, please.
Yeah, let job election, yeah? What was he told 95, 97, 2005, 2011? He wasn't around.
Tomorrow, Josh, I hate to do this. I don't want to mute you, my man. I beg you, please. Give the brother a chance to speak, please. Kev, please speak. I beg you. You helping some of us. Kev, listen to me. You are helping some of us that have never participated in the election before.
Yeah, we misleading you now.
I was there for 2017 election.
I said some of us. I didn't say you that to Peabody.
Kev, was he around for the election? Like, election coming to pay.
Kev, please speak. I think I got to mute too much, Josh, man. Hey, why you got drinking over there? You got drinking something, man. Thank you, man. Kev, speak, man.
I'm drinking Malta, man.
You know, they always say the truth is a very bitter pill to swallow. You know, people don't like to hear the truth.
Look at trouble.
The truth is, you cannot take the model of 2016-17 and bring it to 2023 because you have demographic change, you have new voters, you have different things. So the playbook,
they don't feel what yo.
Jesus Christ!
The brother just speak, please.
You get all your friends that here who supporting you. Besides the CEO, you got people that supporting you. You can picture small so I can talk. Jesus Christ, man. So see, CEO. So when you look at election, the election of 2008 in America here, it was different. It was different for the following 4 years to election. So when you listen to analysts, they always factor changes because changes happen. It's impossible to use the model of the past election to bring it to the upcoming election. No analyst, no political scientist would tell you. And what I hear from my brothers there, they're talking about they still remain with that playbook. And that playbook is old. It will not work. Because what happened in 2020, the hope were dashed. Because they thought those senators, think about it, they swept the entire country. The opposition swept the entire country. You remember that favorite line by James Flomo when the bridge was shaking? That was the young voters, the young people. And they hope.
What year CDC won election? Don't be talking
and they
about.
decide, and the people decide, the people deciding now and say, you know what? I'm coming home. Because you know
coming home where? On Sacramento tree? On Sacramento tree? Man, stop it, man. Kev, stop it, man. On Sacramento tree?
That vision they are saying, they're saying to themselves, let me tell you this. I received a CEO. I think I told you. I received. I'll put it in the.
What is on your tail? I told you. You be out around.
I received jubilant young people. Jubilant young people. I think 3 days ago, we were on a video call at 72nd. Jubilant young people, a lot of them.
You're my good.
Jubilating.
Why are you doing this?
Money.
Why are you doing this?
They come and call careful. Let them come back that Bob.
My good.
should be
But
short.
if you guys wait, careful finish. We got almost 4 hours on the show. 2 more minutes. We gotta
Yeah,
go,
can
bro.
say you receive video call from a auxiliary Jubilant group. Molu, they gotta get careful on money, oh.
Kev, can you wrap up, please?
Yeah. The thing is, I want you to remember this day, because when it comes to October and I start joking, I don't want nobody to insult me on this platform, because the thing they can joke, I will rub it in.
You talk personal things. You don't joke.
Kev, we are winning. What 6 election? Your 4 election coming with
You
this.
know why I don't? You know why I don't get CEO? You got Fagon coming in and join the bunch of guys them who
Are independent.
attacking.
Are independent.
No, you're not independent. You're anti-government. No, you're
independent.
Government.
And Kev, you anti-Liberia. Kev, you anti-Liberia. Kev, you anti-Liberia. You hate the Liberian people.
All right.
Kev, you know Liberia, Kev. Kev, you anti-Liberia.
I will meet you guys. We will now go personal. We're going to stay on topic. We want to say thanks, folks, for the wonderful show. Kev Hassan, let me say this to you.
Easy.
Kev,
not cut it off.
Yeah, Kev, let me say this to you. I respect your view. I respect the stand you take, like every one of us. We may not be perfect, but we try to do our best to help our position. Your sedition, your reaction, some may not like it, but thank you for your contribution on the Spoon Talk every evening. The same goes to my brothers and Toman and Josh. Y'all on the fence, that not for or against, but it is what it is. Whatever position you find yourself, St. Toman, I respect your views and your opinion. I know you're doing everything you can to fight a good fight for the sake of Liberia. Dr. Peabody, I may not know which side you belong, but thank you as always. When we established the Spoon Talk, you were the second man. So right now, you are the first ranking man in command on the show, because we brought this.
Like a silent Kev, I want. I just joking though.
You brought this. We are during COVID time, and now here we are. Our brother Eugene Fagon, as always, man, you're very, very forceful. But this is what you do for a living. We say thanks for your contribution. And whatever thing you're doing in Washington, D.C., do it right. And may God be with your side of the story. For the sake of bombing, for the sake of Liberia. Let's all pray tonight, folks. This is very important. Let's pray for our brother Ben, that he can finish this program, that he can pass the test, and that he can come back on Spoon regularly. It's very, very important. It's the only person that I know took tests during Christmas, during New Year, and he's still taking tests from Thanksgiving all the way now. So, Father God, help Ben Sam. Give him wisdom from above to ace all the exam he's taking. That at the end of the day, he will be regular and be back on Spoon Talk. Whatever the situation may be, we wish Ben Samvi wisdom. We pray for understanding. Mind. That he passed that exam, that he have everything is heart desire. Wisdom is from you, O God. And upon Benjamin Samvi, I pronounce wisdom and understanding.
Thank you.
Yes.
Ben, you pass that exam.
The pastor is preaching now.
And we will have you in the studio.
Yeah. Actually, you know what? Fagon. Y'all were trying to distract me today. My text was right. First Peter, it was right. Y'all was distracting me.
The pastor speaking.
It was right. I believe it. First Peter, y'all were trying to distract me and bring the Old Testament version. It was right. First Peter 2:24. I was right about it. Yes.
Oh, so not based about okay.
By the way, so don't instead of making fun of me.
No, I'm saying
no, you were laughing. You were laughing and laughing and laughing. I'm like, what?
Pastor, sometimes when you go preach at funeral and you misquote the Bible, people don't understand you.
I don't misquote it. You are trying to make fun.
Okay?
But you're a good pastor.
Sometimes when you go preach at funeral and you misquote the Bible, people will let it slide.
It cannot be misquoted.
Funeral.
It cannot.
You're a good pastor.
I want to see you tonight. I want to see you.
Man,
the CEO let his son talk plenty of that.
Yeah,
but his son, you know.
The man brave, come and say the first time voter favor. Politics.
Something else you understand about Cap, right? Let me say this. Something else you understand about Cap. Say what you want to say. Kev believe this election will be won in the first round. Say what you want to say.
And that's
all
true.
Right?
It's
Kev
a belief.
Kev do believe. This election will be won in the first round, and President George Manuel will win the election.
But there's nothing wrong with Kev believing.
I believe, and I will listen. When I say I will go out there to campaign for somebody, I will. Because every one of us will bring different ideas to the show.
Yeah, Kev is very loyal to
each other, and I respect Kev for his belief. You know, I don't know what tomorrow.
I do want to say though, I do want to talk here.
Yeah,
the new voters they're not necessarily going to CDC, so he's wrong on that. Cummings
You
has.
understand the politics.
Why are you even talking that? Let's go back to the special election.
Cummings has a lot of pull with new voters, though. Cummings has a lot of pull.
Us to the point where we said that we'll try to buy elections. When we went to go try, they flogged us again. When they made Tim King, we didn't put anybody that was scared. You know why? Because they flogged us massively again. So Captain,
but Fagon.
The thing Kev I agree with. They making inroads in a lot of inroads in Lofa. I want for a lot of resources in Lofa. I agree with that one.
Kev, to be fair to Kev, I think his analogy is not based on the fact that because we are not on the ballot in 2020, right? So we has his own. Yeah, he got his downsides, his the issues with governance, but we has his own poll, his own star power, right?
Let me ask you a question real quick. I know you're on the spin, but let me do this though. Seriously. We are not saying that 2016, 2017 campaign team for CDC.
Yeah.
We are not saying it bad.
Of course not.
It's not this unity about who bringing the party together, the collaboration together. It's not there. We received information, MDR Prince Johnson calling Alex Starter, NPP, calling them. They're going to have a program on the 16th or so. They are there discussing the issue. Prince Johnson said they will come talk to him. They want to jam President we are giving his blessing to Jeremiah Kuhn to run on the ticket, MDR. These were not what some of the game plan in 2016. It's a new way they are attacking President we are from all angles. The people themselves and this president, with everything that have happened, rest issue, fuel issue, the president taking 49 days trip out of the country, and people talking about paycheck and everything else that is happening to this government. You want to tell me that Kev is right, that the people are coming home?
Yeah, no, I don't agree with him. I don't think it's a first round victory. I think that this is going to be a very tough election for the CDC in his re-election. I don't rule them out; they're the incumbent. I still believe this is their election to lose. But I will say this though: the CDC has a record now, right? So definitely 2017 cannot be 2017. This is not 2017. George Weah now has a record. This is no longer hope for change or change for hope. This is record what I have done and what I can do, or what I didn't do and what I will do. Having said that, though, I will not, if I was the opposition, I would not bet heavily on the CDC fracture.
Your opposition, Ben? Your opposition now?
No, my man, I'm speaking as a political.
No, Ben saying that
you don't have to fuck on.
I'm speaking as a political analyst. The one
okay.
I understand my language when I'm speaking.
Okay, I got it now.
Yeah, if I was the opposition, I would not bet on the CDC's disunity. That's not a strategy. You remember there was all this hype about we are in Joel not running. You remember? For the longest, people say, oh, the president and the vice president fighting, they may not run. So that's not a strategy. I think what the opposition needs to do is to continue to do what they need to do. Reach out. The key here, and I agree with you on this, Tommy, the key here is the VP picks. The election starts. Once we see these tickets, we see how things balance out. We know who goes where. who go. Some people by the time they announce a VP, their candidates say will either die or it will germinate. I'm being honest with you. Certain candidates, by the time you announce your VP, it will either die right there or you will get a shot in the arm, pretty much a boost in the arm, and you will start to fly high. That's my thought on it.
You're right, Chairman. You're right.
You want to know my thought on it?
Real quick.
Listen, man. The fighting forces of the CDC from 2017 with the experience, vast experience, and the strategy that they were willing to cook up is no longer around. I said the fighting forces, they're no longer around. Quote me on this. I'm not going to tell you, Kev say, oh, the new photo that flocked us, Kev, around the hour there. In the special election one.
Yeah, you are in your beret that time when you're holding your county.
I'm telling you, brother. They want us. We went by, we asked them, we said, well, now, where are problem? Then they told us. The by-election king. In fact, they didn't want to want out. They want out to the point where we got scared. Then they made him election king. Brother, that's not beating the poke here. Look at the way they don't pay us. I pay 100,000 enough, I will double it. What I'm saying here is this. When I look in the CDC today, I see Molu, I see Koji, I see Fala. The faces that we see in the CDC are the faces the people accusing. But someone like Molu, poor Molu, you all know the story of Molu. I don't need to tell you. So, but at the end of the day, where is that strategic team? Where are the fighting forces? The media gurus, where are they? They're all gone. They're all gone. So my worry for the CDC, which is my party, is who are your special forces?
I bench you. Is going to put it into I choose it.
That Brianna asking me for
He's a much. I choose.
So
Brianna, are you asking me for dessert? Don't mind it.
Who are the special forces that President we are taking on the front lines now? That they are looking for. So I'm serious. I'm looking for them. Because in order to fight,
I want the poor coming for you, but
no, wait. In order to fight, you must be motivated. And I will give you guys this. Do what you want to do to me. But let me say this to you. You see Ledger who Rennie? When Rennie took that job, if he had sat down with me, I'm going to advise him. But look how Ledger who were crying. You can, if you're not motivated, if you don't have something to fight for, if you don't believe in something, you're only there for the chopping. You will chop, but you will not do what you're supposed to do. And today they say you are confessing again today. How far gone did it? It was by passion, no money. But now you don't have the passion and you don't have the money. So this election coming CEO, Ben, y'all say Fagonto all. Because the last one, people use their own car, their own money, and everything. This one, everything got to come from Joya.
Yeah, but it have to.
Now, my last comment tonight, for tonight,
it have to.
Something's about to happen.
Ain't getting any trouble. That's
Let me say this now. Let me end on this. Something's about to happen that will change the political landscape and affect the election in Liberia. Thank you. Good night.
Yeah, Tommy, enjoy. And you know,
at the end of the day, the people will decide.
There you go.
Something about to happen that will change the political landscape in Liberia and affect the result of the 2022 election.
Remind me of Tommy Reigns. Ain't what Tommy Reigns?
Remind me.
busy. The way he can talk.
I'll tell you again. Good night.
If what Central is saying is true, if those guys be in Nima, it will still be the Senators' playbook. Because he called it the same Senators then again.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, I think the Senators' playbook is a stretch. I think it's a brilliant strategy. I think just because of all of the different interests, I find it hard to believe that all these guys will fall in line behind, except there is no way out, right? Because I think at the end of the day, it's about interest. They're different.
Bear money in a hand. Back
Yeah.
by ground.
But that one I lie. That one I lie. So just imagine, let me give you an example. Just imagine Senator Lawrence, Jeremiah Kuhn coming to Senator Lawrence to say, you go be pro tem, and let me go be vice president to Joe Boyka. When Senator Lawrence has been in the trenches with Joe Boyka from the onset. Just imagine that. Because according to the senator's playbook that you were talking about, Kuhn is supposed to be the vice president. That's the senator's playbook.
No, it can be either way.
Okay, saying either way. Okay.
Yombly go.
I mean, but Ben, why would you say Yombly been in the trenches? This is Yombly that have never endorsed Jose Imabwaka. This is Yombly that have never done
anything. Supporting him, man, right?
Hold on. This is Yombly that when you ask her, she say, "I'm leaning." They have never opened it.
Yombly didn't say she leaning. They didn't say he was leaning.
Never opened it like Ben that you say, "I stand with Jose Imabwaka. I endorse Jose Imabwaka. This is my man, and we're going for the 2023 election." Yombly always have a plan B on her sleeve. How can Jose Imabwaka say, "Okay, this woman supported me from day one"? So if you talk about somebody that been there from day one, that in the trenches, give it to Ben Yure. He been criticized, he been beaten on, he been abused, he been rejected, he been pushed aside, but he stayed stand with J and B. He's like a Joe Howard Taylor to President Weah. Through it all, I will stand with you. So you cannot give this to Yombly.
I hear you.
Let's have a good show tomorrow. You'll have a good night, folks.
Good night, guys. Brother Kevin watching.
We're not called Straw again. They got me hot in the show.
Let it cause our business. I can't let it do what it. Seriously, for me, I say my own I go. Or any ticket against that ticket.
But I have breaking news to now.
Let the senator go sit down. Let it wait for 2029. They're enriching themselves. Then they say they won't be on ticket. They're fighting for Liberia. No, you're fighting for yourself. All right. No senator should be on VP or any ticket. I personally will go against that ticket.
Wow.
Yeah, good night.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
From the CEO, stand with the spoon. And your boy, ride it.
Well, folks, we want to say thanks a lot to all of you out there for being a part of this edition of the program Spoon Talk. Another